the Rolex Series. The European Tour's premier global events are back. Oh, how we've missed them.
Oh, John Rahm! Welcome to Scotland's Golf Coast and the wonderful Renaissance Club for the second Rolex Series event of the season, the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open. It is a little bit grey out there today. There is some rainfall. Round 3 is underway. Not too much in the way of breeze at the moment, perhaps significantly. There's probably a score to be had, and there is a two-time Rolex Series winner, Tommy Fleetwood, a former Race to Dubai champion. He's getting underway very shortly. And let's show you some of the feature pairing, shall we? Joost Luiten goes with the Finn Kalle Samoja. Marcus Kinhult from Sweden with the Frenchman Michael Lorenzo Vera. And then a real European heavyweight two-ball, Ian Poulter and Lee Westwood. And out last, it's Robert Rock, the Englishman, with Lucas Herbert from Australia. And a pretty good start from one of the home talents, Ewan Murray.
It certainly is. Connor Syme made the cut by just 2 shots, and he's off to a flyer today. He's picked up a birdie at the first, gave it back at the second. He's birdied the 5th, the 6th, and this is second to the par 5 7th. Magnificent strike with the 3-wood. He wouldn't make the eagle, but he did make the birdie, and that birdie has taken him into the top 10.
Yes, Connor Syme moving to 6 under par, 5 shots behind our leader Lucas Herbert. Lee Westwood is a 2-time Rolex Series winner. You can see there's a score to be had. Connor Syme there alongside Victor Dubuisson, the French Ryder Cup star. He is 5 under with 3 holes of his 3rd round to go. And who knows, if the wind does pick up this afternoon, that could be extremely handy for Dubuisson, Syme and others. The Spaniard Adrian Aus round in 67. So he's made a big move up the leaderboard. Gavin Green with 3 holes to go is at 5 under for the championship. And Brandon Stone, who won this title a couple of years ago, just down the road at Gullen, is also making a nice move out there today. Now, here's a man who missed out 3 years ago on this title in a playoff to Rafa Cabrera Bello, Callum Shinkwin. 2 in a row for him, so he gets to 5 under as well. Well, it's an intriguing prospect. The weather forecast said we were going to get very heavy rain and very squally conditions out there. We've got the rain. It's not too bad at the moment. And as you can see from the flags behind the first tee there and in front of the clubhouse, really not much in the way of breeze. As Tommy Fleetwood gets his 3rd round underway in the company of another Englishman, David Horsey. Alistair Scott is down there with the announcements.
This is game number 26. On the tee from England, David Horsey.
Well, Alison Whittaker, what an opportunity this weekend presents for someone like David Horsey.
Especially when he's had form, 2 top 10s in his last 4 starts as well. Nice time to find it for the bigger events, playing the Scottish Open for the 12th time. 12 consecutive years big supporter in this part of the world.
The Rolex Series winner in South Africa at the Nedbank Golf Challenge. On the tee from England, Tommy Fleetwood.
Ordinarily, of course, there would be a huge round of applause, and we should have had spectators here over the weekend at the Renaissance Club. Unfortunately, because of the recent COVID spikes, that has had to be abandoned. But Fleetwood has a new tee here at the first. And Ewan Murray, quite a few changes from this time. Well, it wasn't this time last year, but July last year when this tournament was staged at Renaissance.
Yes, 1 or 2 new tees have been put in there, but the big change is the routing. Well, those of you who have played at the Renaissance Club, you'll be looking at this thinking, hang on, is this the right hole? But there is changes. The first 9 and the back 9 have swapped. The last 2 holes of each 9 are the same, if that makes any sense, but it all adds up to a par of 71. It's a beautiful new course. It's only 12 years of age, and yet it looks like it's been there for many years.
Huge moment for Tommy Fleetwood. Last November down in South Africa at the Rolex Series Nedbank Golf Challenge at Sun City, hosted by Gary Player. And my word, what a final round it was from this young man with the flowing locks, his trademark, on a truly testing course, Ewan.
Designed by Gary Player. It's a course that bears his name, and it was an amazing final round from Fleetwood. It wasn't just the long shots, the short ones were accurate as well. And if you look down the years, Thomas Bjorn had an amazing weekend at the Nedbank, so did Mark Leishman, but this year it was the turn of Tommy Fleetwood, and holding that trophy aloft, the Nedbank Golf Challenge, played down there in Mpumalanga, or not far from Mpumalanga, the northwestern province.
Yeah, and holding a putt which was worth about $2.5 million. Said he wasn't thinking about the money. Lee Westwood is on the property with son Sam on the bag this week. Great thrill for these two, and Alison, what a start he made this week with that opening 62.
Unbelievable. I think he was pinching himself as well. He said he felt bad for the guys that had struggled that day because he just had one of those days where the course opened up for him.
Westwood out with Ian Poulter in the penultimate 2-ball. They get underway at 1:05, and then Robert Rock and Lucas Herbert at 1:15 local time here in Scotland at the Renaissance Club.
Big day for Adrianus. That 67's hoisted him right up there, and currently 58th in the race to Dubai, so they've got their eyes on that as well.
From past the pin at 1, Shubhankar Sharma trying to save his 4. Going to be a little bit of opening trouble.
Well, we're not too far away from Scotland's capital city, which is Ewan's hometown, Hometown.
Hometown is what they would say up here, and it is a beautiful city. It has many parks, many trees, more trees than any other city in Great Britain, and these parks and trees are the lungs of the country. Nothing much has changed down there. You look up from Princess Street. That's Waverley Station to the right-hand side. Bridge into Stockbridge, and this has been introduced over the years. The trams are back after about a century away. It's home to the festival, which sadly wasn't on, the tattoos they call it up here in Scotland, and hopefully that will be back next year, and Edinburgh will await visitors from all over the world.
Ali, have you had a chance to wander the streets of Edinburgh?
I have, yes. Well, the Edinburgh Fringe Festival was off and on when we were playing down the road at Archerfield, so Many a player jumped on the train, went into the city, saw what it had to offer, and like you say, Ewan, I'm sure that they're very excited to have everyone back tourism-wise when it's appropriate too.
Pace beating the putt of Scott Jamieson.
Opened up with a round of 64 this week. A bit more of a struggle out there yesterday. A couple over par for his round. But another player who could make it could be career defining. If he does well this week, if he could somehow win. Only Monty from the home nation has managed to bag the Aberdeen Standard Investment Scottish Open title to this point. As we go back down this first hole, and David Horsey, 4 times a European Tour winner, hasn't won for 5 years, but as Ali mentioned, a good bit of recent form.
He's got a new caddy on the bag too, Ian Gribbleby. He's known as Scouse on tour. Took me about 4 years to learn his last name, in fact. Often he spent 4.5 years on the bag of Adrian Ategi.
Definite change of swing plane on the way down, drops into a lower one. He's made an excellent job of that from that.
Over the other side, Tommy Fleetwood. Not sure whether he's going to have to shape something or not with this tree in front of him. 2 times, as we mentioned, a Rolex Series winner, 5 European Tour victories, and a former Race to Dubai champion.
Not easy to hit a draw when you want to land something soft on this green today. Pin just 7 paces on.
The scoring conditions are extremely good, but of course with the rain forecast, many of the balls will be cut on the higher parts of the green, which will make it more difficult for the players. Over the first couple of days we saw a lot of players feeding the ball into these lower areas, but that's not really possible today, and you can understand why. We've had rain from the early part of the morning, and it's expected to continue all the way through late into the evening.
There's our tournament leader, Lucas Herbert from Australia, who says he's going out there to make more birdies over the weekend.
For eagle at 7 for Andy Sullivan. Oh, in the jaws. Making steady progress, bogey free. That'll be birdie number 2 of the day.
Playing with the defending champion Bernd Wiesberger, who's a couple over par today. Not the move he wanted, as Ian Poulter makes his way into the car park. He's actually lodging on site this week. Apparently he's been chefing for Graham McDowell, doing the cooked breakfasts.
He likes a bit of that, Poulter, and you can tell he's been working pretty hard. I remember Ian and Justin Rose used to do that in the early part of their career. They used to stay together and they would swap the duties, the hoovering along with the barbecuing, etc. Not quite sure who did the ironing. Probably had to toss the coin for that one.
I know who did the hairdressing.
When potentially it should have been outsourced at times. Takes a lot of organisation though. Cooked breakfast, getting everything ready at once.
You mentioned Lucas Herbert there just arriving. He's got some big names tucked in behind him. Poulter and Westwood, obviously 2 of these, but there's other winners like Marcus Kinelt, who won the British Masters so well at Hillside. Joost Luiten, serial winner on the European Tour. So he's going to have to be on his toes today.
Well, the field that have made the cut have 163 titles between them. Just for the weekend players, it is serious class coming to the top of this leaderboard.
2 Rolex Series events in a row. We've got this week here at the Renaissance Club, and then next week at Wentworth for the BMW PGA Championship. And we will round the season off with a final Rolex Series tournament at the DP World Tour Championship in December as well.
We saw that wonderful win from Tommy Fleetwood, and I mentioned Mpumalanga, of course, Leopard Creek, the home of Leopard Creek, and the great courses we've been able to go down to South Africa and play. Glendower is one of them as well, which has hosted European Tour events for many years. It's a special part of the European Tour, South Africa, and certainly one of this man's greatest moments.
He didn't look entirely comfortable on Thursday. A bit more like the Tommy that we know and enjoy yesterday.
To be fair, he did well to hang in there on Thursday after a bit of a bumpy start. A number of late birdies.
And talking of birdies, there's another. This time from Højgaard.
Yeah, so he moves to 5 under. 6 off the lead. As we go back to the first, and the birdie putt for David Horsey.
No doubt paid attention to the last 3 feet of Tommy Fleetwood's putt. Didn't come back like Tommy Red. Somewhere between the two. Never liked leaving my umbrella on the green like that. I was always worried the wind would take it off and make me look silly.
Yes, looking at Mary Poppins going down the fairway.
Could go for one of her bags though.
It's coming down pretty hard now, isn't it, that rain?
Both players safely away.
Only 2 birdies so far today on that opening par 4. And the second is no pushover either. They've got a new tee there which has added almost 30 yards to the hole, and it is a significantly stronger challenge. Dubuisson, French Ryder Cup star, the enigma that is Victor Dubuisson. We don't see him too much, but when he does play, he seems to play well. 5 under par today. Arnaus, the Spaniards, already home and hose with that round of 67. Fleetwood underway with Horsey. Finland's Sami Falamäki, who won the Commercial Bank Qatar Masters earlier this season, is also hoping to make a move out there today. Nice move today, Ewan, from Robert McIntyre as well.
Highlight of that, no doubt, the eagle in the early part of the round. And Robert just trying to feel his way back. I did notice quite a difference in his technique this week. He's always had that long swing, rather like Mickelson had in the early part of his career. Mickelson has continued with it, but certainly Robert's backswing looked a little shorter, a bit tighter, and because of that, wider. And these are not easy changes to make. They're easier to make on the range than they are on the golf course. This is a swing that's hardly changed down the years since his first victory. He's pretty much done it all his own way in the last few years, dispensed with coaches, felt that he's learned enough throughout his career to know his swing well enough. And it served him beautifully. Victories all over the world for Lee Westwood, and of course among them Rolex Series stars.
Yeah, another winner of the Nedbank Golf Challenge down at Sun City, and then adding the first Rolex Series tournament of this season, the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship.
To Horsey at the second. Teeing ground moved up just 12 paces today. There's a couple of holes that have been shortened, 5 of them. And you can see why. Need a little help. Still ranked as the most difficult hole out there. Half a shot over its par so far.
Almost a full start to the swing. Everyone has something to initiate the golf swing. See the club moves there. And then carries on for good. And he doesn't have to worry about that. He'll find that one quite comfortably.
It's quite rare. You see the hover more often than kind of that, 3-inch takeaway.
Well, everyone's different, and you go back to Nicholas, where there was just a turn of the head to the right, and Gary Player had to kick in with the knee. Trevino just had a Mexican dance around it before he took the club back. So every player is different. Tommy's got his own way of playing as well. You'll find he grips quite a long way down the shaft. There's always an inch or two just sticking out the heel of his left hand. Probably did that as a kid. All of these things you learn virtually first time out there.
Tell you what, with the amount of rainfall that's falling, it's going to be quite difficult for them to keep the head of that driver dry.
Yes, different from days gone by with the persimmon. The trouble with the persimmon is if you didn't take the head cover off, it used to swell, and then the insert would be stuck into the wood rather than alongside it. But things have moved on from these days. It's a very important day to have a top caddy as well. A top caddy on a day like this can save you 2 or 3 shots.
Well, we saw Callum Shinkwin making birdie a short while ago at number 6. He's got an eagle putt here at 7.
He was a victim of such a good tee shot at the final hole at Dundonald. Had he missed the fairway, he would have laid up and probably made the 5, but the tee shot was so good, he had to go for the second shot.
And as we watch Ian Poulter on the range, just under 45 minutes to go before he gets going, let's hear his thoughts on playing links golf.
Links golf, I think, is it's a rarity that we get the opportunity to come and play. The Open Championship not being on this year on links golf, you want to come and play, and it's great to to be able to do that. It's fun. Trying to land it 20 yards short pins, feeding it in on some of these ridges, and it's always interesting to come and play links golf.
Determined he's not going to be blown off course today. I don't think the wind is going to be the problem. Well, it certainly isn't out there at the moment, but it is forecast to pick up a little bit.
That's a good tip for many of the players watching this at home. Even someone of his class uses that just to instill all the good discipline that all of these golfers have.
I think calibration is something that we don't potentially do enough of, and I know that that's a real feature on the range every Tuesday and Wednesday on tour. I think if you saw how much it was, you'd do it yourself.
I know that wouldn't be it.
Excellent round of 60-60 yesterday for Grant Forrest. Young Scott making his way on the European Tour. Had a wonderful amateur career.
He certainly had that. Came onto the tour through the Challenge Tour. Fairly local lad, Livingston, just the other side of Edinburgh, and attached to Craigie Low. Of course, I know you like Dom, just up the road there by Kilspindy.
Oh, I just love this whole part of the world, I must admit. Well, we've seen already the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship, Lee Westwood at the age of 46 winning there. This week we are at the Renaissance Club for the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open. Next week at Wentworth for the BMW PGA Championship. And as I mentioned, the Rolex Series concludes with the DP World Tour Championship in Dubai in mid-December. He's now turned 47. Played beautifully, didn't he, at the US Open recently?
On a very difficult golf course, a demanding golf course, certainly one that was tough mentally to play. There's the swing plane at Westwood. Just draw a line from the ball up through just underneath the right shoulder, and just look at the club face there and the left wrist. Mirror image of one another. Loses a little height on the way down. That's where the bent left elbow comes in. But it's an economical golf swing. It's 3/4 on the way back now that he's 47, and pretty much the same on the way through. And he won't be worried about these conditions. He's played in them on so many occasions. In some ways, he'll relish them.
Westwood 2 behind. His son Sam's actually a pretty useful golfer now. I think he's down to a handicap of 3.
Won one of his first tournaments in Edinburgh, Craig Miller Park, old course, Parkland course, just outside of the city. And of course Sam's been able to play in all of these golf courses you've been talking about over the last 2 or 3 days. He's probably played every one of them, more than once.
How many holes was it you said you used to play in a day when you were young?
72.
In a day?
In a day. Well, you look up here, it's only dark for an hour and a half, 2 hours in midsummer. And Gallon number 3, which I think is a beautiful course for seniors and juniors. It's about 5,500 yards, so it wasn't too much of a trek.
Valimaki having a little spot of bother. That was his 3rd from the bunker.
To the second, and the second shot to this par 4 for David Horsey. And he's going at it with a fairway metal as well. That gives you an idea of how tough this hole is playing, and he hasn't even got home. It is a par 4. I think I got that right.
I don't think he caught the drive off the button. I think he got it off one of the lower grooves and a little bit out of the neck. And on a day like this, when it's cold, the ball doesn't travel as far. So you need to be thumping them out of the sweet spot today. Tugged to the left for Tommy Fleetwood over at the second off. A good tee shot, obviously trying to work that in. You can see the green lies across the player, and Tommy's more of a right to left player, so you could understand why he chose that shape, but just turned it a little too quickly. So work to do to get up and down in 2 from there.
Eddie Pepperell on the par 5 3rd hole. Nice to see him playing well. He's struggled a little bit since the return from lockdown. He found the bubble conditions and the restrictions that go with that quite tough mentally.
I found as a general rule across both men's and women's golf, it's been trickier for the naughty ones that aren't so good with authority.
What a delightful description. Oh, he must have thought that had a chance halfway there. So he's done well. Thick rough down the right-hand side. He's going to get out of there with a par 4.
2 eagles yesterday on his card for Grant Forest and a birdie. No drop shots. There's Mike Lorenzo Vera. I can tell you that Ken Brown's down there somewhere as well. How are conditions, Kenny?
Not too much breeze about. Very heavy drizzle, I would say, and you can see how the players and the caddies are trying to keep things dry. A very tough day for caddies. Wet hands, wet grips, got to be kept dry if they can. Conditions, I mean, the course is holding up really well. I can't see a puddle anywhere. Although it's raining, it's not too cold and there's not much breeze about. It's just a matter of keeping things dry, because a wet ball and a wet club face never easy to control the ball, particularly with a metal driver. So tricky conditions, but so far so good.
Well, I hope he's all wrapped up. Got his waterproofs and his umbrella. Sure he has. He's always prepared, Ken. Quite often takes some rubber ducks out there on the course, doesn't he? I don't think he'll be needing them today, unless he throws them over into the Firth of Forth. Here's Valimaki, and he's struggling at this opening hole. What a rising goal for this young man. Only 18 months or so ago, he was playing on the 3rd tier of European golf in the Nordic League, outside the top 1,000 in the world rankings.
Now 12th in the race to Dubai. That's how quickly you can turn your career around, play well at the right time, events like this.
Similar career trajectory for Rasmus Højgaard as well, who in his rookie season on the European Tour has already won twice. Really does look like an exciting player. His twin brother Nikolai's not too bad either.
Opting to putt, Connor Syme at 9. There is a big, closely mown area out to the left of that green and a very steep drop-off down to the right. But it's not an overly easy up and down from where he was.
Good pairing, I think, today for Connor Syme. He's playing with Ewan Ferguson. They'll have played some junior golf together in Scotland. Ferguson is 3 under par. Syme at -6. As we look back down this first hole. And that is the ball. Spain's Pablo Larrazábal, who won the opening tournament of the season. Down at Leopard Creek, the Alfred Dunhill Championship. In blisteringly hot conditions.
With blisters on his feet too. That was a gutsy win, wasn't it? Almost limping his way around when he took his shoes off. You saw how huge they were.
No, bueno, la voy a atacar un poquito. Aunque salga fofa, va a salir así. Si bota, aunque sea bota corta, va a botar para adelante. Vale, venga. Hacia la umbrella esa, ¿eh? Sí.
It's marvellous, isn't it? You watch him when he hits this. He'll be talking to his ball in English.
Caught the edge.
There's a bunker over there on the right hand side. I suspect he's maybe fallen into that. The bunkers are not big, but you can see the areas around them. They just gather the ball, so they're in actual fact twice the size.
It was a brilliant round of golf yesterday for Larrazábal. 1 over in his opening round, 7 under on Friday.
Now he's playing with Paraguay's Fabrizio Zanotti, a 2-time winner on the European Tour. He only came back over to European shores and restarted his season last week at Galgorm Castle, and he had a top 10 finish there, so he's kind of picked up where he left off.
Doesn't waste much time once he gets over the ball. First Paraguayan to win on the European Tour, and of course there was a family down there, the Franco brothers, 5 of them in all, who all became professional golfers. Carlos probably the better known of the 5.
That's what's facing Tommy Fleetwood at the second.
Green well and truly elevated all the way round, really. As he said, just a little bit of a duff.
I think if you offered anyone par on that hole today, they would take it and run. Not a single birdie so far at the second.
Chance at the 5th, however, for Campillo. Well, he used the right, he used the back of the cup, but it's the second birdie in 3 holes, and having started at 4 under, he progresses to 6 under. It's only 5 shots off the lead.
Par putt for Tommy Fleetwood.
The way it's ranked, it's a bogey, but it's half a shot lost to the field.
Malaysia's Gavin Green coming towards the end of his day's work. Birdie chance for him at 18. Such an exciting player to watch, such a talent.
It's been a very good back 9 too. An eagle at the 10th, the highlight of that. And then the birdie there at the 15th. So 67 it all adds up to. And he finds himself currently just 6 off the lead.
Wandering back to the first tee. and Scotland's Craig Lee.
Craig from Stirling. Lovely.
On the tee from Australia, Wade Ormsby.
40 years of age now, but he's still competing out here on the European Tour. He's won once, could easily have won twice, missed out last year at the ISPS Handervik Open.
It's been a good year for the Ormsbys as well. Welcome daughter Charlie in April. A highlight in a year where those have been few and far between for many around the world.
Again, we've talked about opportunity, and we'll come back to Craig Lee and talk maybe more about that, but he hasn't played on the European Tour for 3 years now, and he's made it through to the weekend in a Rolex Series event. Here's Larrathabal. Looks like he is in the bunker.
I suspect he didn't have the lie to play the shot he really wanted, was to throw it all the way over that downslope, land it on the flat. Then he had some chance of getting some spin in the second bounce. That's the penalties for missing right at the first.
Plenty of penalties to be had as well at the second. This for par for David Horsey. It's a difficult course to get a lot of flow on it. It's almost easy hard in the beginning. You find there's a lot of bounce back birdies after bogeys on this layout.
Well, Brandon Stone all wrapped up. Man who had a putt for a round of 59 just down the road at Gullen a couple of years back.
His father is one of the great coaches in South Africa, Kevin Stone, who played on the European Tour, the Asian Tour in his time, and he looks after many of the top juniors in the Republic. So many have come through from that over the course of the last few years.
Lucas Herbert and Robert Rock are the final pairing today. Ian Poulter and Lee Westwood will play together, and they get underway in around about half an hour's time. Dubuisson just the 18th to go, and clinging on to that score at 5 under par. Well done him. Gavin Green, along with Arnaus, rounds of 67. Another birdie for young Robert McIntyre, the Scottish lefty, last year's a Rookie of the Year on the European Tour. And this is Zanotti at the first for birdie.
Putting back up the hill. With the water falling, the rain falling, pace maybe even more so important today than the previous 2 days, and we know how much of a factor it's already been.
Yes, and adapting to that as well. Now, is this long enough to get past them? That's not too bad. Pin position at the third is on the right hand side, but it's 23 on from the front.
The chance here for Rasmus Højgaard, this time at the 5th, shortish par 4.
Fabulous demeanour for golf, Rasmus. He's very even keeled, doesn't give too much away, but still a lovely guy to go up and have a chat with. Slightly on the shy side.
Most 19-year-olds are. Don't worry, that will change.
Just wondering whether Radar was shy at 19. You think, Wayne Riley, our on-course commentator?
Talking of Rasmus, he was born a month earlier than Lee Westwood's son.
Yeah, the first player born in the noughties to win on the European Tour.
Exactly off that lie, yeah. Got a bit of help.
one European Tour win coming in Hong Kong. Most of his best performances have actually been in Asia and Australia. It's nice to see him playing well, putting together some good form in Europe.
Get up there, Steph. Straight away. Go! Go! Go!
Oh, that's okay. I've always thought that was quite difficult for South Africans, for Australians, that they have to leave home and they have to come to Europe, as Greg Norman did at the end of the 70s. You've got a great tour down there, as South Africa has as well, but of course to elevate your career, it's the moves you have to make, and it's the sacrifices you have to make.
I think so much of that comes with the time zone more than anything else. Just, you know, the normality being broken when you're on tour.
Now to the story of Craig Lee and opportunity knocking here in this Rolex Series tournament. Played the European Tour on and off for a few years, and he actually lost out in a playoff up at Cron-sur-Sierre to Thomas Bjorn in 2013. Lost his playing rights and hasn't been seen, as I say, for 3 years.
Well, he's hoping to win enough money here to start a new business, buy a camper van and buy a mobile pro shop and take it to various clubs in Scotland that don't have a club professional, courses you probably wouldn't have heard of before. And along with a lady professional, that's what the plan is ahead, that they're going to go there and they're going to have that pro shop for people who don't have the benefit of it, and because of his lady pro alongside him, she's going to teach the women members and he's going to teach the men members, and that's his dream for the future.
Is it Heather McRae? I know they've done, they've done a lot of videos showcasing golf around Scotland. I saw one that they did in Dunbar with a couple of tips overnight. It was quite an entertaining watch. I didn't know that though, Ewan. That's great. What a great idea.
Yeah, grab a share of the $7 million prize fund. Here's India's Shubhankar Sharma. Nicely done. Burst onto the scene, didn't he, in the European Tour, winning the Joburg Open and then the Maybank Championship in Malaysia. Struggled a bit when he tried to play both tours. The PGA Tour, he went over there. He's good friends with Anavan Lahiri and back in Europe as well. So nice to see him back in form. And that's a bogey start, I'm afraid. I don't think that's dropped from the way he's looking at it for Sami Välimäki.
Nice lie for Fleetwood. That's a look from the other end, so you can see what the ideal shape here would be. Try and send it down the left and cut it back. That's not easy from wet grass, wet club face and bull.
Everything on this green really releases almost toward that back left corner as well. Pins on the right, more difficult to access. Fine for all intensive purposes.
Yeah, drop shot at 2, but if he manages to get in down in 2 from there, he will bounce back nicely as we go to Grant Forest. Par putt at the second. So many players have struggled on this hole. Oh dear. Ooh.
You may see a little bit of that today, simply because the holes are cut in high places. That had quite a swing for such a short putt and on white grass. Moved a good inch or 2 from right to left.
Back over to the first tee. Joost Luiten and Finland's Kalle Samoja are about to get their third round underway.
This is game number 30. On the tee from the Netherlands, Joost Luiten.
21st Rolex Series appearance and a top 3 at the 2019 Abu Dhabi Championship. This is his best finish so far. You can see that bunker down the left, 281. But most players, given the wet conditions, will be trying to avoid that.
On the tee from Finland, Kalle Samuja.
Well, Samuja, another player who will be desperate to take advantage of the huge prize fund available here. 32 years of age. Only his second season out here on the European Tour, though. Wasn't too far away from winning. Again, up in the mountains of Switzerland, he missed out towards the end of last season in that big five-way playoff up in the mountains. Rory McIlroy was involved in that. Soderberg ended up winning. Sebastian Soderberg from Sweden.
Left of the bunker. Some pretty thick grass, but might be trodden down over there. Might get a break. Not sure what kind of angle he'll have with the left tree down the left-hand side of this hole.
Wade Hornsby looks like he's in one of these little pot bunkers.
They're small. It's a sauce pot. Couldn't cook pasta in that. They're tiny.
Well, that's lovely, isn't it? Using the little backstop, spinning it down the slope, and very likely to make his four. Bogey putt for Grant Forrest at the second. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh, double bogey, 6 for Forrest. And that is a 3-putt from what, all of about 2.5, 3 feet maybe.
They make your stomach sink. Need to shake it off as quickly as possible.
From one Scot to another, to the first, and Craig Lee, outside chance of a birdie.
Was given one of the 2 national spots, wasn't he? Invitations of sorts to play this week.
Tommy Fleetwood just shy of the par 5, third in 2, and out with the putter as Richard Boxall joins Alison Whittaker and myself, Dom Hollier, in the commentary box.
Thanks, Dom. Eagle attempt is an outside chance for Fleetwood. Rotten old day, though, it really is. I think it's going to be windy tomorrow, isn't it? Hopefully no rain, though.
It's going to rain pretty much all the way through till about 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. We may get 1 or 2 showers, but I don't think they'll be particularly heavy. And as you say, a little bit more breeze. That may pick up this afternoon, which will make it a real challenge out there for the leaders. Lucas Herbert by 1 from Robert Rock. 2-time Rolex Series winner Lee Westwood plays with Ian Poulter. Lee Westwood and son Sam holding the brolly, keeping Dad dry.
There's always days like this that all of the towels from the clubhouse seem to
went missing.
Seem to go missing.
Yes. He's got a tough job, his lad there today. You know, professional caddies, I mean, I say it many, many times, I'm sure you mentioned already, have to be sort of octopuses on you know, when it's weather like this. Got to keep everything dry. They're worth their weight in gold. They really are. And he doesn't do it professionally, so it's going to be a hard job for him today.
It's a big juggle. And that was a beautiful effort there for birdie at 6 for Højgaard. Steady. Steady golf game. Steady demeanour. Steady scorecard.
Birdied the 3rd, Rasmus Højgaard. Otherwise, it's all pars for the Danish teenager as we go over to the first hole. We know that Kalle Samuja pulled his drive. I can't see how it's lying. It doesn't look like a very pleasant spot.
No, I mean, the deeper you go into this rough, it's obviously it's thicker, but it's so tangly, so wet.
Of een 8 zijn, sorry. Een 9 met deze wind, met dit weer.
He's been a professional for 10 years now, but as I mentioned, It's only his second full season out here on the European Tour. Taking him a while to get out here.
Finished third in Qatar earlier on this season, the last event before the lockdown came. Now there you go. Has he got a decent contact on it? He'll be trying to run this one in. No. I've seen a few people in that bunker today. And the one that's a little short of that as well, if you don't get it right off the tee. Birdie attempt for Fleetwood to move to -5 even.
Yeah, back to where he started the day. Dropped a shot at the second, gets it straight back at the third there.
That's what I was talking about, the ability for a bounce back birdie or similarly to lose that shot you've just gained is kind of, it's the march of renaissance around this golf course.
Yeah.
Joost Luiten second at the first, off a little upslope here.
Interesting with the two gloves on it. Always plays with one glove, but it's an all-weather glove he's got on there to keep a decent grip. Go on, back down you come.
Well, Luiten, six-time European Tour winner. And he's won his National Open a couple of times, but he broke through in 2011. The Iskandar Johor Open. He won the Lioness Open, effectively the Austrian Open a couple of years later. Then the first of his national titles, the KLM Open. Wonderful scenes. And a beaming smile. A year later, he collected the title of the ISPS Hander Wales Open, and then that second KLM Open title at the Dutch. And his most recent victory coming in the 2018 Oman Open. He is one of those players, isn't he, who's kind of been on the fringes of a Ryder Cup team at several stages over the last few years, not quite made that step yet.
Yes, so when the qualifying's counted, he's not quite performed like he has in the years when it doesn't count, but he will get there. Callum Shinkwin coming to the turn. Is to reach it. It's 7 under. Go on. No, not quite. 33 for the front nine for Callum Shinkwin. 3 birdies and the rest all pars. So that's pretty solid stuff in this horrible rainy day we've got here in the third round.
Oh, this tough second hole. Zanotti for par.
Another one goes.
Playing the hardest hole on the course today. You're quite right there, Dom. It's certainly difficult. There's been no birdies on it so far today. With the groups getting less and less, they're unlikely there will be one.
Oh, Marcus Kinnold there in the blue. Mike Lorenzo Vera with the visor. Interesting choice on a day like this. The ponytailed Frenchman, all tucked in nice and neat.
Pretty sure that hair's waterproof. Slicked back.
He's one of those blokes that just looks cool, doesn't he, whatever the weather conditions.
Yeah. Yeah, and really whatever he's wearing as well. God, I hate people like that.
This is game number 31. On the tee from Sweden, Marcus Kinholt.
The 24-year-old Swede comes from a beautiful part of that country, Fiskebäckskil. Probably pronounced nothing like that.
No, I think you're right. I think you've done well with that.
I think actually Barry Lane lives up in that part of the world these days, former European Tour winner. I think Marcus might go quite well out there today, and I'm basing that on the fact that there were some rather nasty weather conditions at Hillside last year when he broke through and won the Betfred British Masters. He's a sort of doughty, gritty player. Well, that appeared to be the kiss of death, didn't it? There we go.
Commentator's curse.
On the tee from France, Mike Lorenzo Vera.
He plays a kind of lightish schedule these days, and he's only played twice since we've returned from the lockdown. Both of those major championships, the PGA and the US Open at Winged Foot. Enjoys his time off, enjoys spending time with his young family.
He's a very good player, Mike Lorenzo Vera, and I'm very surprised that he hasn't won. He's got very close to winning on the European Tour. He did have a Challenge Tour win, but that was way back in 2007. But he's a good lad. He's got a really good sense of humour as well, and he's, as I say, he's a fine player. It surely won't be long till he wins.
I think that's the club that's been holding him back. He said his driving in particular has been a project of his for the last 12 or so months.
Up ahead at the green, Loughton to try and get to 8 under. It's a good try. Just needed hitting.
Yeah, just that extra bit of moisture in the greens. We've seen quite a few players coming up 2-3 feet short. Ladathable for par at the second. And I'm afraid he's another player who has started bogey. That's assuming he pops that one in as well.
As the course is playing, you go from the most difficult hole to the easiest hole. And it is that left, right kind of rhythm. In fact, they almost have the same average, 4.57 at the second, which is a par 4, 4.67 at the third. Just one hole later, the par 5.
Look at the fourth hole. Dog leg, just a gentle dog leg from left to right. It's not particularly long, 422 yards.
Yeah, that's what I mean, 55 like at the moment, and then the wind and stuff. Yeah, but as in, it's cold, isn't it? Cold and wet, so I'm saying it's like 55 and then you get 48 with the pin. With the breeze,
I think it's been decent now, isn't it? 5 down, and let it be a bit. Especially being so damp.
Yeah.
It's very normal, are you know?
Pin's 30 on.
Say that.
5 from the left edge of the green. So you see the flag just above his head there. He'll be going straight at this.
Anything pin high right will kind of kick on toward the back of the green. Yeah, plenty of spin on a short club. A little wide.
Yes, for him. This is the 6th, 147 this is playing today. Good tee shot from Pepperell. Looking for his first birdie of the day. And finding it just enough of the right-hand side of the hole there. He moves to -5.
Six shots behind our leader, Lucas Herbert. He'll be out with Robert Rock at 1:15 local time, so about 15 minutes time. Before that, and in about 5 minutes, it's Westwood and Poulter. Everybody else is out there on the course. Challenging conditions here at the Renaissance Club on day 3 of the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open. Victor Dubuisson dropped a shot at the last for his round of 67. That was his only bogey of the day. Good work from the Frenchman.
Yep.
That's the ball of Marcus Kinnault.
158 up.
Well, you hear the caddy say 158 all up. That's probably metres, I would have thought. That's what he's got, the big tree in front of him. He can certainly get it up. in front of the, up and over the lip. So whether he can get the distance, having to go up and over that tree. Probably can. Maybe not. Oh, just splashing it out.
He understands the perils of links golf quite well. Picked up the Lytham Trophy as well, didn't he, at Royal Lytham and St Anne's as an amateur.
35 years of age now, Mike Lorenzo Vera. He's had 3 runner-up finishes over the last 3 seasons on the European Tour, still waiting for that first victory. Could it come in a Rolex Series event? Could it change his life completely?
Comes down to the bottom of the ridge. It's probably the more straightforward of the putts, the longer putts toward that pin.
Third shot now, David Horsey. The fourth, playing with Tommy Fleetwood.
I think he was bunkered off the tee, Richard.
Yeah. That's the thing about these links courses is that you're, you know, you just have to take your medicine if you go in the bunkers. It's as simple as that.
Well, you can see from those grey skies the conditions that are facing the players. The flag is the saltire is beginning to just flutter a little, so maybe that breeze, as was forecast, is beginning to pick up. Certainly going to make it interesting this afternoon. Well, it is rainy out there, and it is challenging, no doubt about that. Who's going to cope best?
I think we are probably. Stuck in here, not getting wet.
Well, back to the opening tee, where Ian Poulter and Lee Westwood are about to get underway. Both in their 40s now, 47 years of age, Lee Westwood, 44, Ian Poulter. There isn't much they haven't achieved between them. They've played in 18 Ryder Cups, they've won 36 European Tour titles. They are 2 titans of European golf, no doubt about it. Westwood and Poulter.
This is game number 32. On the tee from England, Ian Poulter.
Good day, mate.
Loves playing links golf, loves the challenge. Has not won a European Tour event for 8 years now, which is difficult to believe. He did get that stirring victory over Stateside in Houston, which got him into the Masters. He will be oh so keen, though, to get back in the winner's circle. Not exactly to resurrect his career, but he's got a great career, but it would certainly give it a big shot in the arm.
Yeah.
The Rolex Series winner at the HSBC Abu Dhabi Championship. On the tee from England, Lee Westwood.
47 and still competitive, as he showed with that wonderful victory at the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship way back in January before the lockdown. Played nicely at the US Open, just outside the top 10.
Yeah, that's good big drive there from Lee Westwood. Beautiful stuff. Don't know about you, Ali, but I always hated playing in a waterproof jacket.
It really is a skill, isn't it? It's something that you don't always practice back home.
No, it's like swinging in a continental quilt, I always thought.
Well, let's take a look and break down the swing of Lee Westwood, courtesy of Swing Index.
Good wide stance from Lee Westwood here. When you watch his left arm on the way back, it just goes a little... sorry, on the way down, just goes a little bit bent. Most people stay fairly straight with their left arm. Nice wide takeaway. Now he starts on the way down. Just have a little look at that left arm. It goes a little bit bent there. Look at that. That's quite unusual, that. Seems to work, though, with 25 wins tucked under your belt. Land caddying for him there.
Do you think it's a good grouping for those two?
Yeah,
Westwood
I think it's
and Poulter
fun. Yeah,
together?
most definitely, yeah. There'll be a few other players out there going, I'm glad those two are playing together, you know, because they can be a bit, you know, they can... I can't even think the word I'm looking... That's the word I'm looking for, thank you very much.
The thesaurus of the group, Dom Hollier.
It's terrible, you know, when you get a bit older. Certain words come into your mind, you think, well, I can sort of see it, but I can't say it.
I called a horse plough a horse trough yesterday, so that's all right. Yeah, we all have our moments.
Moving on, Fleetwood for birdie at 4.
Short hole coming, I say short hole, 338 yards. It's fairly short these days. So the next hole is a good birdie chance, the 5th.
Had problems at the first for Marcus Kinnock. We know he found the fairway bunker off the tee, so he's got this one for his 4.
Seen already, this is a difficult putt to read, in particular in the last 6 feet. Almost seems to veer left and right at the end.
This is the short 5th, 338 yards. Should be no problem for Sharma. In it goes. So 1 under for his round today. Starting with that drop shot at the first.
Robert Rock with the flat cap, making his way on to the first tee. Seems relaxed enough, doesn't he? He was in contention, right in there, after 36 holes of last week's Dubai duty-free Irish Open. It's a Saturday. I'm glad he can't hear us. He'll want to forget about as well. Third round, 78. Cost him his chances, even though he finished strongly. Chances of winning the tournament were gone.
He spent 3 days in a row with Lucas Herbert as well. Consistent pairings we've seen. Poulter and Westwood as well, doing exactly the same.
Not sure what the weather's like in Bendigo, Victoria, where Lucas hails from, but I suspect it might be slightly warmer.
I think there's a heat wave actually going on at the moment. You're not wrong.
Right, out to the first fairway. Big drive from Westwood down the left. Here's Ian Poulter, and Ken Brown is following this 2-ball.
Thank you, Dom. Sort of dull old day out here, but Very playable, the golf
yeah,
course.
I do, mate. Yeah, I think it's a bit of an in-betweener anyway.
Just sneaked down the right side and rolled off the big bank in front of him, so 158 yards left to the front pin. The pin is on 7, and the little bit of breeze that there is helping him a fraction, so a good crisp 9-iron should do it. Perfect angle to get at the flag, but awkward to get at. That front pin's tricky.
That's a fairly poor one, that, for Poulter.
Lee Westwood down the left side, the big pine tree just in his way, so he's going to have to draw it round. It just trickled into the rough. A lovely lie, sitting really perkily, 123 yards. Just got to draw it a fraction round the edge of the tree.
Excellent, lovely stuff from Westwood.
What a career he's had. He spent 29% of it inside the top 10. Right along the way.
Yes, that makes you very, very friendly with the bank managers, doesn't it? They invite you to all the Christmas balls and all those entertaining things, and then all of a sudden you go overdrawn and they say, you owe me 15,000. You say, do I call you and I'm in credit?
From the heart from Richard Boxall. Tommy Fleetwood is second into number 5. One of the easiest holes on the course there. Not so the second.
No, he'll take 2 putts from here, Joost Luiten. Severely uphill there, and then uphill again. Flattens out a little bit here. He's got the right pace. That looks pretty good. That's a brilliant putt. Brilliant stuff from Luiten.
Yes, he's going all Phil Mickelson, isn't he, with the 2 gloves in the wet. Aaron Rye wears 2 gloves anyway. That's just kind of a habit. And there is the man who leads this Rolex Series tournament, Lucas Herbert. Got his breakthrough win, didn't he, in quite spectacular fashion in Dubai, defeating Christian Bezuidenhout in a playoff, having dunked it in the water.
He's had the 36-hole lead twice, never gone on to win though. This is sometimes, well, it has been the kryptonite, the 3rd round for Lucas when he's been in contention. It's going to be a big day for him, keeping his focus.
Push forward, he says. Make birdies, that's the mantra.
This is the final game in the 3rd round of the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open, game number 33. On the tee from England, Robert Rock.
Almost 20 years older than Lucas Herbert, plenty of experience. He's won twice on the European Tour, although not for some time. 65 on day 1, 67 yesterday. He's only dropped 1 shot over the first 2 rounds.
On the tee from Australia, Lucas Herbert.
Oh, no doubt about the talent. He's had 1 or 2 dark times in his career, but he seems to have come through that. Got that breakthrough win.
What did you say that win was?
I know a lot of people think there are no limits to what he might be able to do.
Eyeing that one up, he was a little wary of that bunker there, but that's good. On its way down to not far off where Lee Westwood was.
The one thing you can bank on is that he's exciting to watch. He's just as likely to hit the worst shot of his life followed by the best, which is actually really what we saw in Dubai in that playoff with Besaidano.
Yeah, he went from one extreme to the other, didn't he? It was amazing. That 9 under par he shot there when he won. They changed the course round. I don't know whether you'd seen that, Ali, or not, but they really tightened the fairways up and grew the rough up quite a lot in Dubai this year.
So he doesn't mind a tough challenge.
No.
Could serve him well over the next 36 holes in these conditions. Up to the green. Not a great approach shot from Ian Poulter. And outside chance of a 3, but I'm sure he'd take 2 from here.
Up over quite a big shoulder right about there. Come down to the left. And in normal circumstances with less rain on the green, that probably would have rolled all the way down. Really need to make some adjustments.
Birdie attempt at the 5th for Tommy Fleetwood. That'll give us a good view. Never anywhere else but right in the middle of the hole. Beautiful stuff. 2 birdies in 3 holes for Fleetwood. Moves to -6.
Yes, he seems to be warming to his task, doesn't he, after that drop shot at the 2nd.
One of the best chances we've seen. Westwood at 1.
See if he can get it there. He certainly could.
It's a head scratcher, that putt.
Yeah, it was. You're right though. It's difficult to read. It sort of swings 2 ways, doesn't it?
Last year's Italian Open, his best performance so far in a Rolex Series event.
Poulter for his par at the 1st. Good firm stroke, good confidence builders those.
Gosh, he pretty much walked that one in, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. You're actually better off holding something like that for a par than missing from 2 or 3 feet for a birdie. I mean, they're really good confidence builders for your putting.
Lee Westwood has tapped in as well. So they're both where they started at 9 under par. 2 behind our leader, Lucas Herbert. And we are all underway now. Cannot with that drop shot at the 1st. He's at 6 under par. And some of the early starters certainly got it going here at the Renaissance Club in the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open, a Rolex Series event.
Two tough par 4s to start with, eh, Ken?
Oh, I should say this is the tougher of the 2. The first given very few birdies away due to the pin position, and obviously quite tricky to read the green. This second is just a brute, straight into the breeze. Best part of 500 yards, a par 4, a narrow fairway too. A demanding tee shot, thick rough left and right. One of those tee shots you've got to pick your shape. Are you going to hit it, start down the left and fade it, or play with a draw?
Poulter hovers the club behind there, just above the ground, which is a good tip for amateurs. Gets you a nice one-piece takeaway, that, rather than resting the club on the ground. That was for free, Dom.
Here is Robert Rock, just in the light rough. Can't actually see the ball there. But radar can tell us all about it. Wayne Riley following this last 2 ball.
Hello everybody, he's in a divot, a nasty divot, and it's a divot. It isn't a pros one, it's a gouges one. It's going way left, so this is awkward. This could come out hot. Great shot. Lucas Herbert down the left-hand side, just in the semi. There's a lone pine. Much to his delight, not.
Pitching shoulder front edge or on the front edge? On the front edge, just 118.
I think it's one of those shots that, sure, he can get a wedge out. And turn it around it. I don't like that shot. I like the bump and run, Scottish style. I like to sort of just shut it down, but maybe he sees it differently because he seriously has to bend it. So will he land this short, holding the club face, turning the toe in, and just try to chase it in there? Surface moisture, he will be guaranteed of a lively bounce. No, he's taking it the aerial route, and that's what's going to happen. You turn a wedge into a 9-iron, you de-loft it, and you hit it back edge.
Gosh, you must have, what, 80, 90 feet or so to the pin there. Well, what a smooth swinger this man is, Robert Rock. Coming out of the gouger's divot, I think Radar called it, didn't he? And just for clarification, I've been nowhere near that this week.
You always fill your divots, don't you, Tom?
I thought I saw you out there on Tuesday.
I'll tell you what, that lie should have come with directions as well.
Westwood, tee shot on its way at the second. That needs a decent lie there. Looked like it sat down a little bit in the longish stuff. Be tough to knock it on in two from there.
Raindrops now on our cameras. You know, when that happens and it starts to fog off a little bit, it's really not very pleasant out there. Fleetwood at the short sixth, just 136 yards of it.
Sounded really crisp with the contact. The rain, if anything, might make that front pin just slightly easier, not getting the roll-offs to the left and the right.
Craig Lee for birdie at the third. He started with 2 straight pars. It's going to be 3 straight to start the day for the 43-year-old Scot, hoping to build a business off the back of a big paycheck in this Rolex Series event. Difficult not to root for him out there, really, isn't it?
This is uphill all the way. A lot of rain has fallen, so these greens are a little slower today. So he'll need to give this a good old wallop to get it up to the hole, which is front edge. It's great flag position today. It's a gem. And all of a sudden, you think to yourself, well, I've got to give this a good old hit because of the slowness of the green and being uphill, and you knock it 5 or 6 by, or you come up a little shy. So this will test him. It's a really good one to get things underway. 2-putt this and move on. You don't want to 3-jiggle the first.
Known for his flashy style of play, but watch his hands when he putts. He's got really silky mitts on the greens.
Tester coming up on the first there for Herbert. Poulter. Good tee shot from Poulter.
Still.
Bit of water getting in the on-course microphone there, I think.
Mind a remix of Ken.
Yeah. Oh, just missed that bunker.
good challenge for Rocky. Out of that divot, what a good shot that is to get it pin high. So slow greens, they won't take as much break.
No problem, nice solid par start for Robert Rock. Good tee shot in at the 6 from Fleetwood, this for his 2.
Be a good day to set the goal of getting every putt past the hole, I think.
Well, this would be a good settler, wouldn't it, for Lucas Herbert if he can pop this one in for par at the opening hole.
Yeah, not bad, you.
Should be a little bit off the left. You can see the bank behind him, just the top shoulder from the bunker. We'll push it over.
Oh, that lead didn't take long to be lost. Second shot of Westwood. Now, the story here is third shot this is now we're hearing. Long way back, wasn't he, for his third shot there?
Oh, I didn't realise this had gone quite a long way past as well for Lucas Herbert, but he makes his 5. And so he's back to 10 under, and it means that he and Robert Rock are now co-leaders of the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open here at the Renaissance Club. Over to 6 again, this time David Horsey with a birdie putt.
Nicely done from Horsey, playing with Fleetwood. Back-to-back birdies, puts him at -5 now. I think it needed it. Horrid start, 2 over through the first 4.
That's the second green, that's the ball of Lee Westwood, and away down the bank is Ian Poulter.
Driving a 3-wood to here for Ian Poulter, so it tells you how long this hole is playing. Cold, damp, slight breeze into the player's face, plus it's a long par 4. Green just sitting a little bit above him, and where he wants to land the ball, it's going to sort of kick him to the right and on, so it's going to be quite a well controlled floated shot off a very tight lie. There's a dance here. The caddy holds the brolly, Ian puts the glove on, caddy dries his hands, choreographed this. There's only got 4 hands, and they've got to share them, as it were, trying to keep the clubs dry. They're just going to check where he's going to land the ball here. Third shot. This has got to be very precisely played. He's played these beautifully all week, but this is a testy one. Got to get it high in the air and stopping. Plays this with a really soft, relaxed action. Swings it far enough and doesn't sort of hit down on it too hard. Genius.
Can still do it, can't he? Can still dazzle with the short game. Let's catch up with the Finn, Kalle Samoya, at the par 5 third, his third shot. Playing with Joost Luiten, they both started par-par. They'll both have birdie putts there as we head back to 2. And a par putt for Lee Westwood.
Well, his tee shot just trickled into the left-hand rough. I've never seen such a shocking lie. Just nestled down in some real thick, wet, tangly, vengeful grass. From there, all he could do was trying to hack it back in the flow, hit into that bunker. And the bunker shot was 5-star plus to find the green. I didn't think there was any way he could get it up hole high here. So this to save his par. A little bit of movement from his left, and this would be a real confidence booster, because there was a moment there I thought he might put a 6 on his card.
Grand effort from Westwood. Really good third shot, the way he swung that in from right to left. But it is a shotgun. Long way away at 3 for Joslan. This needs a good firm hit back up the hill. He's made a magnificent job of that. Find when the greens are this wet, they don't turn as much as they do when they're dry. There's not quite as much swing. So that's something else they have to take into account. Certainly one of the bigger movers today, Callum Shinkwan. Very fine front nine of 33, moving nicely through the leaderboard as we have a look at Poulter's putt for a par. Great for the confidence, the one he knocked in at the first. It's a similar distance at the second, and no change for Ian, as he was overnight at 9 under par.
Third shot of Shubhankar Sharma at the 7th. It's a par 5, this one. Nicely played.
Player who turned his attentions to the PGA Tour just a fraction early after the excellent start he had to his career on this tour.
Third hole, Samoya, go on. Oh, everything but there for Kelly Samoya.
Final grip, second hole.
And what a yardage. He's got a great yardage of 220. It's a long way back, but the lie is absolutely magnificent. Back into a slight draft. 220, playing 235 with the heavy air. Two great lies. Lucas Herbert pulled it off the tee with a little bit of hook, and he's found
from the left,
just
pretty much in the middle of
delightful lie as well. It's incredible.
With regards to that white,
yeah, on that white colour.
Yeah. Take them, it's your number.
So who need to belt this? 235, and the wind is just starting to kick up. Rain still tumbling down, even though it's a little lighter. Flag all the way there on the left-hand side. Just pump it to the right. Don't take this flag on, especially starting with a bogey.
Down. That's so hot. Get down.
He's done well. He's done very well. Bogey at the first, more pressure on him at the second, however. But he's missed the green on the right side. He's got plenty of green between the fringe and the flag. Get that one down in 2 and get his first par of the day. Well, it's a bit dreary out there, it's a bit gloomy, but there's plenty of birdies and eagles out at Renaissance today. It's a two-way tie at the top, and it's Robert Rock and Lucas Herbert. Andrew Coulthard's joined Richard and myself in the commentary box next 45 minutes or so. You've seen a few days like this up here.
It's incredible, isn't it? Yeah, just a normal sort of little Scottish day, autumnal day.
Par 5, down breeze, just about reachable in 2, the first offering of a birdie. Bunker down the left side, 330 yards to reach that.
I don't think, although Westwood did it a big one down the first hole, I don't think they'll be getting close to that today. A little bit of help.
Firmish fairway as well. If you're just about 290 yards, there's a little downslope. If you just ping off that, the bunker just in range. But of course, if you hit a 3-wood off the tee, then you're struggling to reach the green in 2. And on the first day, of course, Lee Westwood here very nearly made an albatross too. Just debating what to hit off the tee. Pine trees down the right, then there's a sort of strip of tangly rough between that and the fairway, and then a fairly generous fairway to hit. Sets up for a little fade. Going with a driver.
Just see the 5th green over there to the left. That's what he was waiting for, some of the participants to putt out over their cracking tee shot again, as you would expect with Westwood, who's been one of the more prolific drivers of the golf ball over the last 25 years or so.
And that's about the difference in distance, 15 to 20 yards between Ian and Lee. We'll go ahead and pick up Tommy Fleetwood once again.
With his second to the 7th, the par 5. The flag pins 19 on 5 from the right side today.
It's going to be tough for some of these players to really judge how far the ball's going to go. They won't have played in these conditions at all year. Cool temperatures, heavy air has a massive impact.
Deciding to fly it all the way. Good shot there for Robert Rock. 3rd shot there at the 2nd.
He's got a sprinkler just to the right-hand side of him, Lucas Herbert. It won't hinder. You can just miss that. It's right to left all the way. There's a hump just to his right-hand side, so the ball will catapult from right to left off that hump. I'm quite surprised he's not putting this. Obviously a good chipper, has confidence with his club. Tight lie, really good. Just one little lively skid, or a couple of lively skids, a little bit of check and then release.
Well, let's get down and join Tim Barter out patrolling the fairways today. He has alongside him Joost Luiten.
Joost, thank you very much for joining us for a chat as you walk down this 4th hole. Describe the challenge you're facing out here today.
Oh, look at us. I mean, the gloves are on, umbrellas are up, it's cold. You know, it's what you expect in Scotland this time of year, and that's the challenge, you know. You just got to accept it, got to deal with it, and try to make the best of it.
I see you wearing 2 gloves to actually play the game today. What's that about? Is that for warmth or extra grip?
Extra grip for me. I mean, I hate it when my hands get wet. They get slippery, and with these rain gloves I get a bit more grip. So, you know, it's when you warm up, it's getting used to it a little bit, but once you're out on the golf course, you can keep them on. You don't have to take them off. It saves a lot of hassle as well.
You finished 11th in Ireland last week. Your scores improved each day that you played. Is the game feeling like it's coming together?
Yeah, I mean, I played well last week, so that gave me a bit of confidence for this week. Started great the first day. Yesterday just wasn't really my day. But today it's a different day. Just got to grind it out today. But my game feels like it's going in the right direction, so I'm trying to build on that.
Really appreciate your time. Stay warm.
Cheers.
Day for survival by the looks of it out there, but the scoring conditions are really not that bad because there's very little wind. Rock for his par at the second. That's an excellent four. I think in many ways he would have played that pitch differently yesterday, but with the softer greens he chose to throw it all the way.
Absolutely. I think just you talking about the conditions there, it is doable. A good score is doable out there, but you've got to keep warm, you've got to keep your spirits high, you've got to keep your clubs dry. Find the fairway. Pins are accessible. And it's soft, and as you said, you can play those more sort of parklandy type shots to get it close.
Good birdie chance coming up for Kinnolt. This is for a par though for Lucas Herbert. This one about this length on the first. Oh, it's a nasty start. Bogey, bogey.
We have a new leader in the shape of Robert Rock. I always think if you're going to make mistakes, make them early. At least give yourself some chance to recover. And Herbert's got plenty of time. Schenk went 7 under, 33 out, birdie at 10. He's just gone ahead and parred the 11th. Excellent round in progress there.
Yesterday he definitely would have had a shot at this one, but due to the conditions, it's 295-ish to reach the flag. Just going to lay up at the par 5, give himself a fullish shot to pitch in for his third. Fairly generous layout area too. Bunkers down the left, but reasonably wide fairway.
And the good thing is, Kenny sent that down the left side, so he's got a look at the flag for the planned pitch.
Off a little downslope, Lee Westwood going with his driving iron. It's a 2-iron, really 283 yards, a bit of breeze helping, so he's going to try and hit a low chasey one off the hanging light. It's going to come out like a cat's eyes kisser, I think.
Not good in there. Tangled up in that thickish rough. That would have made the green though, if he'd just managed to sneak it a little further to the right. Not to be though.
Hop over to Zanotti at 5 for his birdie 3.
Beautifully holed from the man from Paraguay. He's featured on a few leaderboards recently. You know, that's Zanotti into a bit of form.
There's a pine forest down the right-hand wing, a bunker down there the left-hand side, in the go zone. A lot of help in the air. And that's the way you do it. That is just perfect.
That was beautiful, wasn't it? Just fading it round the corner. Get on the little upslope. Hope that's not too steep in front of him.
Birdie attempt for Fleetwood at the 7th hole of par 5. Is it another one? It is, yes. 3 birdies in 5 holes now.
Yeah, significant move from Tommy Fleetwood after the drop shot at the second. Taking care of the 2 par 5s in the front 9.
With the help in the air, that bunker down the left-hand side, that'll come into play for Herbert. So he'll need to hit it over the rough down the right-hand side. He's much longer than Rocky. When he wants to let loose, probably gets him by about 20.
It's got to carry the pines though on that line, just a little left of it. Go and get out. Well, close, and it looks like it's sitting up. It should be okay for Lucas Herbert. He'll be able to
Smack one down there to the green from that position.
Bit of history, a quarter of a century ago, the winner of this fine event, Wayne Riley. But that's the way it stands in East Lothian. Confirmation of the rise of Shinkwin. No drop shots today. That's quite an achievement round here. The par fours that were driving a mid to short iron yesterday, driving a long iron today.
100 pin. ...101 yards for Ian Poulter. Good angle to the flag. It's just landing on a downslope, so the first bounce is going to skid before it drags to a halt. Skip. Stop.
Very good. Straight at the flagstick. Easiest hole on the course this week.
Good tee shot from Loughton at the fourth. .422 yards this hole. Second shot right at it.
Beautifully set up for a fade. These 6 iron there, everything just a little left, easing the club across the ball. Just needed one hop forward, and it's a birdie chance. It will be one for Ian Poulter at the third, and just nipping up there and marking that one. The live Westwood not looking too bad from this angle.
Yes, it's a well trampled area just to the left of this fairway here, where a lot of people wander through to go to the green, so it's been well trampled down. Grass lying within, very damp, wet grass though, like sort of seaweed lying down, but okay, get the club on it. It's going to come out running, going to sort of land it at 55 odd yards and let it release out. And round the cup to get a bit past it, it's pretty quick. Oh man, what a shot.
I like that one. Yeah.
How'd you like that one, Ewan?
Yeah, that was like remote control. Right one, almost like it was guided by radar. And you could see what the idea was. If you look at the club face, it's looking a good 12-15 feet to the right of the flag. The first bounce on the flat, second bounce into the bank, a little bit of hook spin there, bringing that all but stone dead. And so far, that is the shot of the day. Superb execution from Lee Westwood.
Over to the 8th, 48. Back into the breeze. Head up towards the bunkers. Don't think you'll be able to reach the bunkers in these conditions. Hopefully skip it out that rough down the left hand side. It's all right.
Birdie attempt for Loughton at the fourth. Not to be.
Ian Poulter looks like he's got his eye on the green. Two nice par-saving putts on the first two greens, particularly the one on the second. Another chance here from about 11 feet, a little down the hill.
Chance gone. I mean, there's nothing easy out there today at all. By this stage, some of these players are already thinking about having a nice warm bath at the end of the day, but no damage done. Maybe try and pick up one on the par fours. Steady start.
So there should be no problem for Westwood to move to -9, back to where he started. a little bit on the right side, but it doesn't matter, it's in.
Quality up and down from Westwood.
Wade Ormsby, two-time Hong Kong Open winner. They putt at the 5th. And he's done it. He's done it. Got his first victory in the European Tour. He was 38 years old. That was victory number 1 over there in Hong Kong.
Three players now tied in second place. Rock with the lead.
.278 in the lie is really good. Not an issue reaching from here, lengthwise.
Yeah, good time to find a birdie. That's after what is a shaky start. That will wander over to the left-hand side of the green. It's going to leave an awkward one. And the further that goes, the more difficult the putt becomes, because he's going to have to use the bank of that bunker to send it back to the hole.
That's fine there, thank you.
Robert's been unlucky here. He's down in a little dip, and he really needs to get this up sharpish. 273 is the yardage. Now, if it hits the top of the knuckle on this upslope, it could go anywhere. Most of the time, it'll go straight. So this will get his attention. Just pick it off the top, get some loft in your hand. There's a little bit of help in the air out of his right.
If you can always stand behind me
And not the other side.
and not the other side, then we're fine, because you don't need to be backing off when it's raining. So if you're always behind me,
You can understand that going left, sat back on his right side a little, so it's easier to flip the club head over, but there are worse places to be than that for both of these players. Par 5, remember.
Cracking par 4. This one, slight dog leg from right to left, 2 bunkers up the right, 260 yards, you can take the second one out of play, so a lot of players go with the driver. Rough on the left, not too bad, a bit patchy. And the flag at the back of the green does mean if you do hit it in the rough, you've got half a chance of getting at it.
Anybody remember the last time he missed a fairway?
And that one's that's right in the centre too, right down the centre cut.
That's fantastic.
Well, he's got that low fade, hasn't he? That low controlled fade. He's always had it. Not dissimilar to Lee Trevino, really. He hit that shot regularly.
It's a great day to keep it out the rough, Ken.
Oh, the rough. I'm standing in it. You're going to get wet feet immediately. Big long strands with little dewdrops sitting on them, slowly dribbling down your sock. It's really lovely. Poulter also setting up for a fade. I can see him aiming down the left side here. Right is no-go.
yeah.
Two sparkling tee shots.
Par 3, the 6th hole. Not particularly long, 136 yards today, but there's a little gully down there, and Zanotti has caught that and shoved it well left. Take his 2 putts from here. Oh, go on. No, maybe not. Oh, maybe yes.
It was only teasing. Lovely moment for Zanotti. Robert Rock by 1 over a trio in second place there. Shinkwin at 4 under now, 2/3 of the round gone. So nicely set up despite the weather in the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open. Tommy Fleetwood in the middle of that leaderboard. Tommy has reached the 8th and ready for the second shot.
Pin well up the back of the green here, long way back, 179. It's a fall-off area along left. I'll try and keep an eye on that. Don't want to get caught up in there.
He has made mistakes. It's been on the left-hand side, Fleetwood. So work to do there as we head back to Robert Rock. Ready for the third at 3.
Yeah, back in the stance, just trying to play a little skidder to access this right-hand flag. It's a good angle, fairly flat. Nothing difficult about this shot. Good up and down on the last, which should hold him in good stead.
Magic, isn't it? You just, when you watch Robert Rock play, it's just like watching one of the old classy golfers from the last century. Ewan, you'd have remembered that.
Well, he's got the hat to match as well, hasn't he? Should be near enough for birdie 4. Some promising start, bright start for Robert Rock. Putting stats presented by Odyssey. Singh Brar, plus 169. Strokes gained. And Herbert, just inside the top 10. But he's got an awful lot of work to do here. The difficulty here is the pace. It has got a big swing on it, but the difficulty is the pace.
Tell you what, that's probably one of his least impressive reads, and very short of pace too. Didn't get that one right. It was a shame because the second shot, it was all he could do. He'd get up there with a wood, just let everything run out to that position. Very difficult to control.
Kinnell for a par at the 4th hole. Dropped a shot at the first, got it one back at the 3rd, and another one goes there at the 4th. So he's 1 over for his round today.
Loughton at 5. Pin looks like it's just tucked over that bunker, but there's a little bit of yardage between the top of the lip and the flag, and he's not fooled by it. Playing to the yardage. Sit there. That's a good shot.
Two perfect tee shots. .167 yards for Ian Poulter. Pin at the back of the green, 30 on 5 from the left. Plenty of landing area over the big false front. Here you go.
Very good shot.
Good news as it has stayed there. There's a ridge that runs all the way across the middle of this green, and you get the wrong side of it, you can have a 40-footer rather than a 20-footer.
A big putt here for Lucas Herbert. Starting with a drop shot on the first and the second. Yes, well done. Very needed, that one for Lucas Herbert. That's quite settling for him there.
This back left pin was hardly gettable last year because there's a pine tree between the front of the green between where Lee is and the flag is, but not there anymore, so he hasn't got to contend with that. Little draw shot required to hold it into the slightly left-right wind.
Good. Nice. 7 iron, he likes it right over the top of the flagstick. Quality shot from Westwood.
Just shows you the way you can turn around and draw in the second shot and fade the first shot. Wonderful gift to have is to see these shots going both ways and be confident in the execution of them. Take a look from this angle and you see he's much squarer than he normally would be off the tee. Body lines off the tee all down the left-hand side. This time they're just on the left side of the pin. Club face on the right side of the pin. And you'll see the way he manages to turn the ball from right to left just here, when the right hand just crosses over the left there, a fraction earlier than he would normally do. And held up beautifully, as Ken was saying. That was the shot he needed, it's the shot he produced, and it's going to be a birdie opportunity at the end of it.
That slow mo brought to you by Swing Index. Good little partnership. Sam doing a cracking job so far.
Second 8 of Fleetwood swung over from right to left. So this is what he has left for the third. And he's played it very well, extremely well. You're never sure when it's as wet as this if that ball's going to come flying off the club face. Soft hands from Fleetwood getting the job done there.
Back to the final group. Rock for his birdie, tied for the lead and out on his own now at 11 under, 1 under through the first 3. As you were saying, Ewan, a nice solid start for Robert Rock.
He's made it look easy, and of course it's far from that, but it's beginning to get a little brighter in the west, dare I say it, and let's hope that that rain goes away and we can continue to enjoy this superb event. International flavour on the leaderboard as always on the European Tour. You're looking down at the 4th green.
The rain is just getting a little heavier, a little steadier and a bit more drenching than it has been. Always fairly brisk when he looks at his putts, goes round and walks around his putt as if to say, I'm going to hole this one. He's not drifting around thinking of excuses for missing. Very positive. This one a little up the hill, a little bit from his left to right, and medium pace, not particularly slow. What a team these two are. Terry Mundy and Ian have been together for a while. Not every week these weeks, but they're a dynamic duo.
I remember going for a visa, that we need to go to the United States, and I had this voice at 7 o'clock in the morning behind me, all right mate, and it was Terry going for his visa. They have to do it as well. Over to 6, Ormsby, can he find a birdie too here?
He can. There's been a few 2s on this hole today. Good run there in the last 4 holes for Wade Ormsby. Another man flying the flag for the over 40s.
Little uphill this one, bit of movement from right to left, a fraction slower than it looks. Got to give this a little bit of a extra pace. Moisture on the green as well, slows things up.
That's all it was. Just a slightly slower surface causing that to turn more.
Fleetwood for the par at 8.
Not to be. Missed a fair few of those in Portugal Masters a few weeks ago. Back at the 5th, Loughton for a 3. Yes, well done. 8 under, right in the shake of things.
The weather's really not that good, but the golf out there is spectacular. If you've just joined us, we'll have an update on what's happened so far in round 3. News of Fabrizio Zanotti just a few moments ago at the 6th, having teed off in front of the clubhouse, a 25-footer down the dale, up the hill, and it thought about it for a little while and it thought, well, why not? And then it went. Smiles all right. Tommy Fleetwood had an early bogey, but he's bounced back with birdies. This was at the par 5 7th.
Little testing one, 4 feet, right in the middle of the hole for Tommy Fleetwood. Moving into the thicker things now.
And what about Lee Westwood? Par 5 third. When you talk of control and vision and touch, this tells you all of that. Sheer class from the former world #1 and the easiest of birdies.
Tournament leader down the first hole. This was his par putt. He's up the back of the green in 2. Didn't quite break enough. That'll be a shot gone.
Second, finding trouble off the tee. Struggling, this also for a par. 2 drop shots to start.
Up at par 5, third. Just at the back of the green in 2. Came up to there and put a beautiful stroke on it.
He's been steady as a rock over the first 2 days, and that's continued into day 3. He opened up with a par at the first, he followed it with another at the second. And this delightful pitch from the left-hand side of 3 left him just that to knock in for his first birdie of the day. And it's that birdie that takes Robert Rock to the top of the leaderboard. 1 under through 3. And the rest of them doing the chasing. 5 shots separate the top 13 players.
Shortish par 4, but into the breeze, so you can't drive it today, so virtually everyone will be hitting some sort of driving iron. 268 yards to reach the wall, which is left and right.
That's okay, it seems to be setting up. And after a lovely birdie at the last, a chance for another for Zanotti at 7.
Which he does. 3 on the spin for Fabrizio Zanotti. And 7 under par, that's moved inside the top 10 now.
Confirmation of that. Zanotti into the group at -7. Lorenzo Ferra still going along well. He has 1 drop short today. He's waiting for his first birdie, but not that far behind.
Taking a little while to get his club out the bag, trying to keep everything dry. Inevitably you get a bit of puddle of water at the bottom of the bag, so you've got to wipe the grip. Out with his trusty 7 wood, just trying for position. If you can find the fairway down the right side, this is a very gettable pin, but out of the rough, quite tricky to get at. Just over 330 yards is par 4.
Yeah.
Ideal, this one.
Yes, no messing there, Ken. Straight down the middle of the fairway again. And just a short iron left for his second shot. There's a good view of what he has left, and the pin far enough back today to take that front left-hand bunker out of play. So both players, Westwood with a good line, the rough be looking for a birdie 3 at the 5th. Well, let's get down and join Tim once again down there by this hole, and he has alongside him Ian Poulter.
Ian, thank you very much for joining us.
You're very welcome.
What are the keys to grinding out a good score on a day like this?
Keeping all equipment dry. I think that is first and foremost, making sure you've got enough gloves in the bag, making sure you're holding this and making sure Terry gets wet and you don't. So, you know, it's tough. I mean, this goes back to, you know, the good old days of playing golf, because you absolutely love the passion of playing golf, and it's actually quite nice in some ways to be able to battle it out, because it's not often that it happens. I think you've got to embrace it before you tee off. You still got to have an aggressive mindset, and you know, there still will be some good scores out there today, and you know, you need to make sure it's it's you that's putting the good score in.
Anything particularly you focus on technique-wise when it's like this?
As silly as it sounds, attempting to hit it a little bit harder, or just, you know, making sure you're, you know, over committed to shots. And that may sound silly, but you want to have as much spin on the golf ball as you possibly can. And the dynamics of a golf ball today have changed slightly by taking some spin off. And in conditions like this, you actually want a bit more because it's cold and wet. You know, the ball can spin a little less. Committing to shots, making sure you're hitting it nice and firm, and just stay dry.
Really appreciate your time. Keep playing well.
You're welcome.
Well, staying cheery, I think, is one of the main things to do in a day like this, and Poulter is certainly doing that alongside Westwood, 9 under. Rock out in front, just a shot ahead of Herbert, and plenty of players ready to make him move as they come towards the turn and then head into the back 9. All nice and tightly packed at the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open. Tommy Fleetwood has missed the 9th. That's the sort of shot you face up and over a steep bank. He's played it quite beautifully. Stunning shot.
Another putt from downtown for Herbert. He made a better fist of it this time. That's a super pace putt. Lovely touch at 4.
It was such an important birdie, you feel, Andrew, at 3 after missing 2 par putts. They weren't tap-ins, but they're 2 bogeys nonetheless, and to get that birdie there and get one of them back.
A couple of strands of grass behind the ball, but generally a good lie. Lying pretty tight, just 97 yards to go, so a green light flag. Good break with the lie.
Clever. He knows these greens, he knows the slopes, the intricacies around this golf course required to unlock a good score. That's a nice shot.
Robert leading the pin in at 4. Quite a swing from the left on this one. Hard to make yourself hit it high enough up that slope.
Well, they're just like treacle today, not because of the condition of them, just because of the rain that's fallen on the beautiful surfaces, but these are slow. The rain is slowing it down severely.
Lovely tight lie, right in the wheelhouse of Ian Poulter. 80 yards, perfect creative wedge, and have plenty of spin on it if you need it. Going to need a little.
Come on, yeah, he's got it beautifully. Fabulous shot from Poulter. Cracking skill. It's almost a gimme. I'll take another little sneaky peek at that, making sure the club is all dry before he slips it back into the bag. So a good lie. Arms and body connected. Turning through it. Guaranteeing that he flew it up to the flagstick, catching that little slope with a bit of spin. Very good. Par putt for Fleetwood. The 9th after that lovely little shot. Keep the head down. No, yeah, good work. It's a lovely par. It's a tough day out there. Under par is a good score.
1 under to the turn, Tommy Fleetwood, 6 under for the championship, 5 behind Robert Rock. Absolutely beautiful weather conditions when we arrived here earlier this week. And it was nice for the first couple of days. Not so good today, but apparently we're going to get back to normal tomorrow. Should have sort of sunny conditions. The microclimate will return, Andrew.
Yeah, maybe, Dominic. Birdie try for Ormsby, and again, just the moisture slowing it down and accentuating the break.
What do you mean?
A good little roll, though.
What do you mean, maybe?
Oh, well, faith, all that kind of thing.
Robert Rock at the 4th. Just for the 3-wood.
Just a 3-wood, jockeying for position, Scottish Riviera. You guys were making out yesterday like we were in Ibiza.
It is, for about a couple of days of the year.
It's cold out here now. The rain's only light now. You can make a score out here. It'd be a different story if there was a breeze about, but there is nothing. The air is very heavy. And they can't hit driver up here, even though the fairway is wide. Where the ball will finish, it could finish on a nasty upslope out there, 286 yards. So just laying back short of that. Probably a 3-wood and a 9-iron or a wedge. A par 4 that will play under its par this week of 4.
Incredible amount of power he puts into that beautiful lag at the top of the backswing. There's that slope that Wayne was talking about. It's going to be interesting.
To Lee Westwood up on the green with another birdie putt. Should be good enough for his par. Westwood at 9 under par.
Caught out by the little swale over here at 6. Slow putt. Good try, good effort.
Yeah, still hunting his first birdie today. The Frenchman, meanwhile, to Ian Poulter to close within 1 at the top. Not a problem. That's his first birdie today. And he climbs alongside Lucas Herbert. Double digits under par. It is Robert Rock, the Englishman, who leads the way. And Lee Westwood only a couple of shots back. I'm delighted to say that Martin Gilbert, who has retired from Aberdeen Standard Investments after 37 years with the company this week. Welcome along, Martin. It must have been a big effort to get this tournament staged in these COVID times this year.
Yeah, I think the tour have done a terrific job. The organisation is fantastic. So, yeah, but it does show how important TV is for us as a business, that we can go ahead without fans and really get almost the same value from a sponsorship. So it's the 150 countries around the world that it's beamed out to that is important to us. So you guys are very important.
I suppose looking at the leaderboard, you've got no complaints for the likes of Lee Westwood and Ian Poulter up there.
Oh, it's great, isn't it? It's great they're both playing, and it's been tough for a lot of the players to get back over from America and then probably go back over for some of the big events over there. So no, it's great. It's great they've come over.
This is your part of the world, and nice to be able to show off this part of Scotland.
Yeah, it's a golfing centre, isn't it? It's there's so many great golf courses here that it's fantastic. And we've had the tournament here for a few years. Here, Gullen, all of the good courses. It's fantastic.
And you played in the Dunhill Links Championship, haven't you?
Yeah, I played with Paul. I just tweeted out a picture of me picking the ball out of the hole when he won, and then I chucked it to him, and
Well, you may manage to catch it, did he? You've been a tremendous supporter, not just in the European Tour, you know, but in Scottish golf and for the likes of Paul Lawrie.
Yeah.
Emotional for you? You've been side by side with him
I know.
throughout his whole career?
He lasted 3 days longer than me.
Yes, in case you're not aware, and I'm sure most of you are, Paul Lawrie called it quits on his European Tour career yesterday after 620 starts. Quite phenomenal career, which has included a major championship, 2 Ryder Cups, 8 European Tour victories. He is going to play on the Legends Tour, so I look forward to seeing him out there.
I thought he might do well in America, but you know, I think COVID again has stopped that ability to travel there at the moment. But yeah, I've known him for many years, and he has really put a lot into Scottish golf, and so it's great he's doing the Junior Ryder Cup when he's so passionate about junior golf.
Yeah, and all the things he's done for junior golf, especially here in Scotland, and the resurgence of the Tartan Tour as well, are to be hugely applauded.
Great player. So he described himself as a decent player.
Yes. Not bad for a lad from Aberdeen who turned professional with a 5 handicap.
And people, you know, people forget that he's done it through sheer hard work rather than natural ability. So he's been a worker, I think. He obviously got a bit of ability, but he has really worked at it.
Narrow miss there for Ian Poulter. And you're not going to be quiet, Martin, because you're not quite retired in some ways, are you? Because you're going to be joining us at the European Tour.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It's great to really try and maybe put something back into the tour, I hope. And it's a great organisation, and they've done a terrific job getting this tournament with the prize money it's got, and the prize money next week. I think it's a real boost to the players.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. These Rolex Series events have been very warmly welcomed by everyone involved with the European Tour, and these guys playing for $7 million this week, $7 million next week. As we watch Lee Westwood.
It's a fantastic little hole, it really is. It's 136 yards long, and that's what it's doing to some of the best players in the world. Just with a wedge in the hand.
Back a hole to the 5th, and the second shot here for Robert Rock coming out of the wispy rough.
He'll run off left if he's... Oh, it's a cracking shot. And got it to sit down pretty quick.
Andrew, is there a sense in these conditions that a lot of normal routines maybe have to be forgotten and stuff, and you're kind of playing a purer form of the golf? Because if you get too complicated or technical out there, you're going to struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very difficult to find a rhythm because, you know, you'll see a lot of these players, even when they hit the shot, they don't stand there and watch where the ball ends up. They run back under the umbrella, trying to keep everything dry as much as possible. Everything slows down, grinds to a bit of a halt. It's so important that the grips are moisture free. And yeah, it changes the dynamic of everything.
Off the upslope for Herbert.
Well, he's going to have to control that later on in the round.
Zanotti for birdie at the 8th, and to close within 3 shots of the leaders.
Tough hole 8 today, back into the breeze, just under 450, slightly uphill. Pin up the back left.
So Rock's still by 1. Poulter with that birdie at 5, joining Lucas Herbert, who looks as though he might be getting slightly frustrated out there. Bogey start for him, but he did get one back at the 3rd. Lee Westwood level par for his round. Remember, he opened up this week with a sensational round of 62. It really was vintage Westwood. Tommy Fleetwood, like Lee Westwood, is a 2-time Rolex Series winner. He's very much in the hunt at 6 under par And good rounds earlier today for Adrian Aus, for Gavin Green and the Frenchman Victor Dubuisson. Martin, thanks very much for popping in.
No, thank you, and thanks for doing such a great job for us.
Well, thank you for your support as well of this tournament and for golf in general. Martin Gilbert, the recently retired chairman of Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open, but on his way to join the European Tour. Aaron Rai came close last week at the Dubai duty-free Irish Open, and the Englishman with one hole to play has got himself to 4 under par, hoping to grab a share of the $7 million purse. Lee Westwood, we're hearing at the 6, has called for a referee. Remember, he's missed the green on the right, between the bunkers.
Which was a good break. There is water lying there. Whether his ball's exactly in it, I'm not sure. The puddle is mainly to the right of the ball.
Well, it has been raining pretty steadily now since, what, 6, 7 o'clock this morning. We're told it's going to continue to rain through until about the same time tomorrow morning.
Would that be considered tidal water?
There's certainly plenty of puddles about, but none of them really in playing the areas, and certainly the greens look as dry as a bone.
We'll come back there. In the meantime, up to Robert Rock at number 5 to extend his lead. Under the umbrella he ducks. We'll go forward to the par 5 10th. 269 yards to go here for Tommy Fleetwood. This, by the way, is a much changed part of the course. They've taken out a lot of trees. It looks that bit more linksy. That's been a popular spot. And he's a little bit unlucky in some ways there, Fleetwood.
Yeah, it's okay. Might come back down on the green. Yeah, it's okay. Pin on the left-hand side, so down that right edge is not so bad today. You don't want to miss it left with that pin. Just a brilliant little par 3, almost a spine running up the first half of the green, and it just sheds the ball off if you don't hit your spot. Causes all kinds of problems from the edges. And well, did Westwood get his drop, Ken?
No, I'm sure, as I said, most of the puddles to the right of his ball as he's playing the shot, but I thought it might just be in a wet spot. Certainly when he was taking his stance it wasn't. So this is very awkward. He's got a yard of flat at the top of this bank. Where he's going to land, it's soft. He's not sure how it's going to bounce. Is it going to release out? And the little platter the flag's on, it's only about 2 yards wide. So this is a high tariff dive, this one.
Way down that slope a little bit.
I think that wasn't bad. It's always been a little bit of his Achilles heel. He couldn't putt it because of that water.
To 5, birdie putt for Herbert.
I've just seen him hit a couple of putts, and just keep an eye on him. It looks like the sort of top half of the body moves sort of almost across it. There seems to be a little bit of body movement. Maybe my eyes are deceiving me.
To the Dutchman, Joost Slouten at the par 5 7th for a 4. Ouch. And back to 6, and Ian Poulter.
This is no easy putt either. He's got a steep bank. Difficult to judge the pace.
He's done well. That's all he's trying to do. If the hole gets in the way, fair enough, but And he coax it down there to the hole side.
Ninth tee, Zanotti. This is a bit of a brute of a par 3, isn't it? 222 yards.
Yeah, tough enough in these conditions. So they moved the tee right up the back of the green. Oh, this is tidy. That's a super shot.
He's on a run. 3 birdies in the last 4 holes.
Yeah, and in these conditions, you go vaulting up that leaderboard. Par putt for Westwood here at 6.
I think he's a little cross that he didn't get a drop, because I didn't have a close enough look, but he's not the sort of person who asks for a drop if he doesn't think he's going to get one. So he's a little bit ruffled, I would say, that he didn't get one. So up the little slope as well, similar to Poulter's for his par.
Another man who's making birdies out there, Wade Ormsby.
Yeah, he's got the pace of these greens. And he's been seeing the lines beautifully too. Yeah, I thought I'd spoke too soon. Nice, thanks Wade. It must have been somebody else I was talking about.
He hasn't had the best form coming in, 3 miscuts in a row. But hanging in there today, still 2 under par.
Tommy Fleetwood is on board the par 5, 10th in 2. And he's got this for an eagle 3.
Put in the wrong postcode on the GPS there, I think.
You get a run for that in cricket.
Catching up with what's happening to Callum Shinkwin. 4 birdies today, no drop shots so far. Here he is at 15 to make it 5.
Yeah, this is a stunning display of golf from Shinkwin. Exactly what he'd have hoped for when he peeled back the curtains this morning.
A little bit of hurt in the air, slightly out of the right. 136 is the yardage, so it's just a massage, a smooth 9-iron. Gee whiz, a nice cup of hot soup would be marvellous.
Yeah, the cream of broccoli is just a little bit salty. I don't think you wouldn't like it, Rada.
That could go into the bunker. Stick. Yeah, it did stick. It's a difficult flag position today. On the front tongue. And the wind is kicking up now. There's a club of hurt.
It's like
no
a new
rush
glove.
Here. I'm sorry?
No, I was going to say it looks like a new glove for Lucas Herbert.
Yeah, they've got old gloves in there. You always carry a big bag of gloves. Ones that you've used, and you have a big bag of them for a day like this, and then you hang them up under your umbrella. Towels hanging under the umbrella. Hats, woolly hats, gloves. I always loved playing in this weather. I didn't mind it at all. Makes you think. Stick to your plan. There's always a plan. As long as there's not a lot of wind and rain, that's when it gets nasty. It's only a little bit of wind. With the rain, you can still make a score. Especially links golf when the greens are receptive.
Go. Go. Drawn it in off that right side. That's a delightful shot. Sit there. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, the spin's taking it to the slope. Sit.
Oh, wow. What a game.
Oh.
Why do we play it?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Oh, we don't anymore, thankfully.
That was evil.
Yeah, bad break. Lucas Herbert as we take a look at the top 10 in the race to Dubai. 2 times a winner in the UK swing. Sam Horsfield is at number 10. Missed the cut by 1 this week. Ahead of him, Eric Van Rooyen, who got his breakthrough win on the European Tour in Sweden last year. Tommy Fleetwood won the race to Dubai in 2017, and the Englishman is at number 8. Ahead of him, there's Herbert, who got his breakthrough in Dubai in the Desert Classic. Rasmus Højgaard, the Danish teenage sensation, is at 6. 2 wins for him this year. Paul Casey, runner-up at the PGA Championship, is at 5. Lee Westwood, who won the first Rolex Series event of the season in Abu Dhabi, is at number 4. And then Louis Oosthuizen, who had a terrific US Open. The PGA champion, Colin Morikawa, is at number 2, and it is an American 1-2. Because at the top of the standings, Captain America, Patrick Reed, a World Golf Championship winner this season.
Get the feeling those standings could change very quickly over the next 2 weeks.
Tommy Fleetwood to get to 7 under. And that's really disappointing, isn't it? On the green in 2, 3 putts for a par.
Yeah, it is. It was just set up beautifully for him. You saw him as the putt jumped by. You just saw Ian Finnis just sort of motioning with his body, almost sort of willing it into the hole.
It is definitely a little bit brighter out there now than it was when we arrived at the course this morning. The rain is still falling and will continue to do so right through until tomorrow morning. Not too much in the way of breeze, but it's still a challenge for the top professionals here on day 3 of the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open, a Rolex Series tournament. England and Australia. That's a good old rivalry, isn't it? Up there on the leaderboard.
Don't you get me started.
I'll stay out of it.
Seventh, par 5, plays away from the clubhouse.
Should be a little bit of breeze helping, so players reach it in 2.
Robert Rock's going to play out of turn because we're waiting for a referee who's just arrived. This is uphill and it's quite slow.
Well, we've seen a few birdies, 1 or 2 eagles this week, not yet a hole-in-one, but Aberdeen Standard Investments is donating £5 for every birdie this week, £10 for an eagle and £1,000 for a hole-in-one. The Renaissance Club are donating £25,000 for the first hole-in-one at the par 3 12th, and the proceeds from the original ticket sales at the weekend. No spectators, sadly, but the European Tour are stepping in and donating those funds to Sam H. for Scotland's mental health.
Yeah, great initiatives, and golf is a wonderful vehicle to give back into local communities. Yeah, normally he's picked the tee up by then. Oh, that's all right. I'll count that as a fairway. Good shot.
How have the figures been in Scotland over the pandemic break in terms of kind of membership boosts? I think we've had about a 25% boost in Australia.
It's been fantastic over here in Scotland and the UK. A lot of people coming back into golf. Where we thought people would go out, it's been tremendous.
Pretty good for the mental health, I think. In years like these?
Just trying to bump this into the sharp upslope. Trying to get a drop out of a little puddle, so this could be a lively skid. Like Westwood.
Did he get his drop, Wayne?
No drop.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, see, he's just got... well, the referee determined it wasn't, so just better get on with it, Lucas.
Proving his point.
I'm not getting it. You know, you had to play out of water. Like playing out of a swimming pool.
This is Mike Lorenzo Vera, the Frenchman. Hasn't made a birdie yet today, and he's got this for par at 7. So he slides back to 6 under. Still hunting a first European Tour victory at the age of 35.
Yeah, he's come close so many times, hasn't he? Fleetwood up the hill at 11.
Thanks. It's tough out there today. The last 13 groups out there are combined 20 over par. Those 67s early on, aging like a fine wine from Dubuisson, Arnaus and Green.
Just avoided the pot bunker to his right. Now a chance to reach the green, 272 yards. Wind helping off the left, little uphill, the pin in a very accessible position on the right side.
It's a good line. Has it got the distance? He's already made an eagle here. Yeah, that's okay. Good shot. Yeah. Yes, if I was any one of those players, Alison, I'll be back home just now, with a warm drink in my hand, watching the television, just enjoying what's unfolding.
Rubbing your hands together.
Beautiful how he keeps his head down, he releases through the ball.
You wonder if someone else that wasn't as strong had that swing where you can't kind of fully release. He kind of looks a little cramped through impact at times. If he wasn't as strong, if it would be as effective.
Ian Poulter hasn't missed a fairway so far. Every single tee shot has found the short stuff. This one right down the middle, and this is a narrow target when you squeeze the ball in here. But if you can get it to here, a little nearer than westward, so he's capable of chasing one on, and does hit a slightly lower trajectory, so there is a little slope. He could kiss it off and run it up the green.
Up into the slate grey sky. Oh, that should be okay.
Herbert with the par putt at 6.
I know his mental coach, Jamie Glazier, will be pressing record on these last couple of holes. He's an interesting guy, Lucas, because the team he's built around him, they have to be okay with being challenged. He's not the kind of guy that just follows advice. He wants to cut his own path and understand why things are done.
Loughton's gone long left at 8. I was about to say there's not much from over there, and well, he gets to do it all again from the opposite side of the green.
Robert Rock for his par at the 6th to stay 11 under, 1 ahead. This is impressive stuff, isn't it, in these conditions for Robert Rock, especially bearing in mind what happened to him this time last week in contention at the Dubai Duty Free Irish Open. He had a horrid day, shot a 78, and that cost him any chance of winning the title. He looks like he's come to make amends. Wade Ormsby out of the sand. Nicely done.
Wasn't that lovely? Got some immediate height on that. Gorgeous shot.
It's a day to dig deep, isn't it? And Ormsby is right up there at 8 under par, just 3 behind our leader, Robert Rock.
First left pin of the week at 11. Great hole, narrow green. Bisected into left and right halves.
Yeah, do not miss it left. And he made sure he wasn't missing it left. Flared it out into the bunker. Pin on a little shelf as well. Probably going to have to fly that one all the way. That's going to leave him a tricky bunker shot.
The wind out of the left-hand side. Bunkers down the right. Could be in play today. This is down the right wing.
Well judged, although I think it's landed in an old divot there.
Again. Had that back at the first hole, didn't he?
Now, if you don't look closer to this lie, it looks quite a good one, but just behind it, there's a little bit of fluffy rough that's lying against him, which is going to make it a little bit awkward to get the contact on the ball. And between him and the hole, there is a sprinkler head just about where he might like to land it, maybe just to the right of his line. So, quite a tricky little chip, this one. A bank to come up. It's not a shot for a tremendously high floater, but the lie might dictate how he plays this. I think if you had a normal lie, you'd scuttle it along the ground, but I think you might go a bit more elevated. I must avoid that sprinkler head.
Did they just? Lovely stuff again from Ian Poulter. Short game has looked pretty sharp, hasn't it, so far this week?
It sure has. He's been brilliant. Back on the tee.
Birdied this hole the first 2 days. Just nestled on Den. Squirrely grass down there.
Well, Ian Poulter's in pretty close for the birdie putt, but Lee Westwood, Ken Brown has got this for an eagle 3.
Yes, it's quite a lot uphill. With the first 2/3 up, it's quite a steep bank, and then it levels out, and actually about 2 yards behind the flag, it runs away from you. So judging the pace, not easy here, because you want to biff it up the hill. There's a bit of moisture on it. It's not easy to whack it a long way by, or you think, well, I don't want to do that, and you come up a bit shy. Sam doing his job, not an easy day. His son Sam trying to keep his dad dry. Can he judge the pace?
Started to, didn't it?
Yeah, I knew it was going to come in. It just ran out of pace, as we've seen so often today with a lot of putts. It was a good attempt from front of the green.
Well, he landed all the way back there. Most likely. Yeah, just needed a foot or two more. Would have been right in there. Just pitched slightly into the bank. Had the luxury of a broken lie in the bunker. Sometimes the reined in ones can be harder to judge.
7 pars to start with for Kalle Samoya. This is to keep the run going. And we saw Joost Luiten from one side of the green to the other. You saw his marker there, so he's got that for a bogey 5.
Giving it his full attention. The longer he takes to line them up, the more he's just checking he's picked the right line. The quicker he chooses it, he steps up to it, he's sure of the line. And I think he's 98% certain of the line of this one.
It's always been a great putter. It's just beautiful how that putter just sits perfectly flat on the green. Of the little angles created by the hands just inside. Beautiful stroke.
Yes, and with that birdie, Ian Poulter climbs to the top of the leaderboard alongside Robert Rock at the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open. Westwood also for the birdie. Keeping his playing partner Poulter and Rock within range. Westwood back to where he started the day at 9 under, just 2 behind.
Shinkwood at the 16th, continuing this great run. Left to right, down the hill, hold your head up. Oh, God. He won this event a few years ago at Dundonald, lost in a playoff to Rafa Cabrera-Bello.
Had a great chance of winning the KLM Open as well in September last year, but fell away on the final day. Fleetwood for par.
Good example of how important pace is. If he'd hit that one any harder, he'd probably have lipped out.
I wonder if Tommy and others actually went out there with a score in mind today, a target score if you like, or whether that's just impossible in these conditions and there's no point. You can only really disappoint yourself.
Wayne, what's a good score out there? You must get a feeling for it.
2 under. I think 2 under is a fine score. This is risky. 274 out of the rough on a serious upslope. The wind out of the left-hand side. This could go anywhere. He topped it. He can't go chasing. He can't lose his head. He's got to stick in. This Rocky just laid up. Why didn't he just lay up?
Yeah, we're seeing that. It's interesting. The old experience.
Par 3 ninth, Joost Luiten. 222 yards with a long iron. Hello. Hello. What a shot from Luiten. And after the bogey 5 at the previous hole, he has got an excellent chance of a bounce back birdie there. That's the view at the 10th tee.
Large camber from right to left, quite sharp on the fairway, although I'm not sure that's going to get the bounce.
So wet
Yeah, I think the grips may have slipped in his hand there, lost control.
Well, there's Ian Poulter's accommodation for the week. He's cooking breakfast for Graham McDowell in one of the apartments that border the course here at the Renaissance Club. Poulter out with Lee Westwood, both going along pretty nicely. Poulter's a couple under par and tie for the lead. Westwood level par, just the 2 back.
I think he must have popped into his digs to get a supply of dry stuff, maybe a towel or some more gloves or something, all being loaded into the bag for Terry to carry around. Now, quite a demanding tee shot this 8th at the moment. Plays uphill, big steep fairway, tilts from left to right. The fuzz, the rough on the left is pretty deep. Test your driver, this one.
Not too much.
Up the left-hand side.
Gonna lie.
It's going to get caught up in the grass. Sure, it's okay. He'll probably just play for the heart of the green. You take par these next 2 holes, that's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The rain's still coming down. That's sort of quite a heavy pitter-patter on the top of my umbrella. Not very pleasant. Not warm either, but the fortunate thing, there isn't too much breeze, a light breeze. They're at it again, Batman and Robin, trying to keep each other dry.
I was amazed to see, Ken, that I think they've played 5 Ryder Cups together and they've never been paired together, but 3 times this week.
Yeah, that's nice. Once you get, particularly if you're playing well, you know, almost hope you're going to play together the final day. But Ian playing some super golf. I mean, his driving's been superb. It really has. And this is it, trying to keep the clubs dry. You know the bottom of the grip is wet. There's nothing you can do about that. The bag gets a bit of water in it, so got to keep that dry. And nice fresh glove. Can he find this fairway? This is a good one to find.
Bit left. It's quite thick there and a long way back too.
Problems for Ian Poulter. Lee Westwood is also in the rough, but in the lighter stuff.
Wonder if Tim Bartle's still got his tea cosy on.
Yes, it looks like it, doesn't it? Right, let's hear from Tim, who's with Lee Westwood.
I'm smiling because they're taking the mickey out of my hat. Anyway, let's talk to you about the golf. Yesterday when asked about the weather conditions forecast for today, you said the tougher the better for me. Why?
Yeah, well, it just becomes a mental challenge, you know, after a while, and I just figure experience helps in these kind of conditions, so, you know, I'd rather be playing in yesterday's weather, but I felt like the course, you know, wasn't playing how the designer intended it to be played. You know, this place with a 15-20 mile an hour wind is a much more interesting proposition than obviously if it's flat calm and people are going out and shooting 8 or 9 under. You know, it kind of doesn't do it justice and show it the respect that it deserves.
You've played a lot of social golf here, probably not too much in this weather, but how valuable is that knowledge of the course?
Yeah, I normally play snooker in this weather, Tim. You know, it's changed a lot. You know, what's coming into play today didn't come into play yesterday and the day before, so, you know, you've got to think about where to miss it in the right places. Clearly, a couple of holes ago, I missed it in the wrong place and paid the penalty, and, you know, that's the mental challenge of it all.
We'll wish you luck the rest of the way. Thanks
Tim. Just trying to stay dry.
Yeah, and keep the hat on as well. I have to tell you that Richard Boxall and Andrew Coulthard just could not wait to get the tea cosy stab in there.
Thanks for throwing me under the battered bus there. He'll come after us later on. As Herbert settled himself down, that's a cracking shot. Well done, Lucas.
He'll stick to his guns, Lucas. He likes playing aggressive golf. The final round last week, he literally aimed at every single flag on the final day.
2 over par at the moment, but he's got a great chance to climb back to 10 under if he can pop that one in at number 7 and climb above Lee Westwood, who'd rather be playing, or would normally be playing, I'm not sure about rather, would normally be playing snooker on a day like this, and who can blame him? Horsey still 1 under par. That's excellent stuff from the Englishman. Shown a little bit of form recently after a rough old patch out there. Some good scores early today, and it really is benefiting those players who were out earlier and have made significant strides up the leaderboard. Nice work from Podrick Harrington, round in 69. Benjamin Aver, the man who missed out in a playoff here last year to Bernd Wiesberger, had his chances as we go to Robert Rock. And his birdie putt at the 7th. What a good effort. What a good performance, really is.
It has been a long time since that last bogey. 15th hole of the first round, I think it was.
Tommy Fleetwood.
Are you surprised?
Wow. Super stuff. It's got a sort of infinity green, this one. When you're standing on the tee, you look out and all you can see is the water from the Firth of Forth behind the green.
Zanotti trying to keep the momentum going for birdie at 10.
Not happening out there today for Lucas Herbert, who, remember, started the day 1 ahead. It's going to be a par. Well, hopefully it is anyway, but it'll feel like a bogey. That's looking back down the 8th, where we will find Lee Westwood and Ian Poulter.
Ian Poulter found a terrible, real bird's nest and a half. If there'd been a skylight clicking it, you'd never have found it. But hacked it out, so he's got it back into play and he moved it about 60 yards behind. Now Westwood's found a nice lie. There's a bit of a downslope.
Flag, yeah?
Yeah, just right of it.
Okay.
ball a little bit below his feet, pin at the back of the green, going long. You go down a big bluff at the back, a big slope, so you don't want to be doing that. So the middle of the green is good. Big putting surface with lots of undulations. So it's bound to come out with a wet ball. Slight downslope, a bit low and skiddy.
left.
Well, we very much enjoy the week here on Scotland's Gulf Coast. And if you travel north, you come to the Scottish Highlands and look at some of these pictures. Absolutely stunning. Really nice drive through the glens. Go and visit Loch Ness if you fancy, see if you can find Nessie. And from there, still got quite a lot of country to cover, haven't you? As you head north of Inverness and upwards towards John O'Groats. Well worth a visit, the Scottish Highlands.
Yeah. Third shot for Ian Poulter. Weighing heavier than ever now. Really is lashing down.
Not a bad spot to approach the hole from, but work to do for Ian Poulter.
Fabulous tee shot from Fleetwood at 12. Oh, not quite a putt to match. There won't be too many tee shots that close at 12 today.
It's almost like if you were to hold a compass out, north would point in all of the different directions on that green. I feel like it's a little bit of a Bermuda Triangle, difficult to get the measure of.
Phaedra, top right of your screen there. 1885, lighthouse was built there. It was automated in 1970. Uninhabited.
Out with the driver. It's hosing it down now. My fingers feel like pork sausages and my face feels like it's painted on.
Watercolour radar.
Oh, it's cool, Alison. It's cold. And it's hosing now. I don't know. Even though links golf on sand, the courses, they are like huge sponges. And this course will need to be. This is a serious downpour now.
Good week to have his pro caddy back on the bag. Had a friend, Dan Rushworth, with him last week in Ireland, and then he's got Johnny back on the bag this week after a little stint back home with his family in South Africa.
There's a big bank, there's some, oh no. And that's a long way left, and that disappeared without trace. Big problems there as we head up to the green side.
Westwood's third ball looks like it's sitting down here, although he got a decent connection on that. Now that's well played from Westwood. So on the back of the eighth.
He's played some wonderful pitches over the course of these 2.5 days. There's been a nice arrangement of shots Not all the same, some bump and runs, some flop shots. Looking really comfortable around the greens. Keeping his score together, which is what you need to do in a day like this.
Meanwhile, Wade Ormsby's improving his for another birdie at 10. Another one drops to 3 under par for his round. Goes the South Australian. Plays out of Royal Adelaide. Lovely golf club.
When you get the worst of the weather in a day, you don't want to be playing the toughest holes, and unfortunately that's what's happened with this pairing so far. The heavy stuff's just come on the tough 8th and a very tricky 9th to come, but this would be a spectacular par, this would, after his tee shot. Little up and over the hill. Oh my lord.
Pars like that are like eagles in a day like this. Good point Ken made. Sometimes you can be on a relatively easy hole, but the 8 could never be classed as that. Poulter and Rock locked together at the top. Well, it's looking a lot brighter through the camera lens, but I can tell you it's a bit darker than that. The beach deserted today. There was a few doggies down there and a few owners taking an amble in the autumnal sunshine yesterday, but certainly not the case today. Third round of the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open, coming to you live from the Renaissance Club, which is just outside a village called Dirleton in East Lothian. Alongside me is Richard Boxall, and also alongside us Alison Whittaker. Very welcome visitor from down under.
Very happy to be here too. I don't think I've ever done this before, but on our way to the course we've taken, I want to say 5 different sets of directions, because there's such lovely drives to be had, and you find these little hidden gems along the way. Some stunning scenes as you drive through Aberlady, and then Gullen is just presented to you. Drive through the golf course, and gives you chills. More so on a nice day out, but perhaps a better sense of it out there today.
Chills of a different kind today. It still looks lovely though, even rugged as it is, rustic as it is today. Heading towards winter in this part of the world, but of course we'll be here in a couple of weeks' time. Another event in Scotland over by St Andrews, and sandwiched in between that, of course, the next series as far as the Rolex is concerned, the BMW PGA Championship, live all 4 days from Wentworth.
Sorry, go through that again. 94 and 29. 2, 2,
Well,
3.
it's not that long ago, and it wasn't far away from here, just a mile or two. Not even that from where they're standing. And Phil Mickelson, of course, was the champion in 2013. A brilliant final round from Phil Mickelson. Many thought he would never win an Open. They didn't think he had the game to win an Open. And yet on a wild and windy day at Muirfield, Phil managed to get the job done.
It's all about line, right? I mean,
Well, it's wild and wet rather than windy today. My goodness, it's absolutely torrential at the moment. Don't know how long the course will stand up, but to be fair, I can't see many puddles, certainly not on the greens. Tough par 3 this one, 218 yards, narrow green, pin at the back on a little plateau about 5 paces deep, but you don't worry too much about that, you're just trying to find the green. Trying to keep things dry. Ian's looking after the club, and Terry's trying to keep everything dry with the umbrella and the towel. Well, like the last hole, this is a real test to kind of try and hit a clean iron when you're trying to grip a bit tight, the glove a bit wet and very damp. You get a perfect strike on a long iron like today.
God damn it, the club slipped. It's gonna be in the club track.
You had it all, club slip, despite all that preparation. There's worse places to be than that.
No sign of Lucas's ball. It's very spongy grass where he landed, and it's just buried itself. I doubt he'll find it. And we're almost 3 minutes anyway, so he'll be playing the provisional, which is up the left wing as well.
There was no bounce whatsoever when the camera followed it all the way to the end of its journey, and it just disappeared.
I think you could lead them to a 6-foot square patch and they still might not find it. It's just dense.
Westwood. He's going also with a long iron. I don't think he's looking, it looks like a 4-iron. I'm not sure he's got enough club to get to the flag, but as I say, anything on the green is a beauty.
A little bit.
Looking short, right?
Right. Come on.
Oh, what a shot that is from Westwood. Great chance of a 2. 222 yards it's playing today to the flag. Just desperately trying to sort of hang on to the club. Any bit of moisture in there is going to make your gloves slip.
It's very important, the grip pressure, because if it gets too strong, well, it's so difficult to release the club and you lose so many shots to the right. Ahead to 10, the third of Joost Luiten.
I think if it works, if you can put up with having another glove on your right hand, I think those all-weather gloves are going to make quite a big difference, you know.
I spoke to his coach this morning, Phil Allen. He said that the grip was actually Joost's main focus over the break. Just got a little out of balance between left and right hand, and was kind of closing the club face down about 1.5 degrees, 1.2 degrees. It's amazing the numbers that you can come up with, and he's a TrackMan junkie as well, isn't he, Joost? Yeah, he was part of the TrackMan Indoor Invitational, an interesting indoor event that the European Tour held over the hiatus.
So Lucas is up to his provisional ball. He will be playing 4. He's down the left-hand side. The lie's pretty good. He's up high on top of the bank. The flag's all the way back left. And today now, with a little bit of wind about and it's just hosing it down, the yardage book's as good as an ashtray on a motorbike. It's just, you don't really need it. It's all feel now. It's what you see and hit it. Back in the old days, the caddies, they just eyeballed it. That's what you hit, boss. It truly is brutal. It's as tough as it gets.
170 France. 70? Yeah. 170. Yeah. And 41. 311 total. I mean, it's way back there. We only really need to finish it like 35. Whatever breeze is up there should be straight off the right. So 70.
So they're playing for a yardage of 211. I've got it at 218, but they're playing for 211. There's a little hump just in front of him. He's aiming for a hook, trying to release it back to it. He really doesn't want to make a 7.
No, the job for him right now is to stay in the picture. Instead of sticky patch in the round, and that's going to happen to virtually every player out there at some point today.
A little bit of moisture on the green will help Ian Poulter with his shot. Nice slide, going to come over a little bank and let it release out.
Oh my God.
Crikey, that was unlucky.
Isn't he a great chipper?
Oh, isn't he? Beautiful soft hands he's got.
It's been a long wait for Rock. And the shaft pulled back, just driving it forward. It's a classy shot from Robert Rock, a little unlucky. Bank on the right just took the sting out of it. And it's the day now to just find the greens. Find them in the right number, take your 2 putts and move on. You're not going to fall back with pars from here on in.
No, you're certainly not. Into the back 9, Joost Luiten. This to move to -8. Maybe the range is slowing these greens down a little bit now.
All our putting stats come courtesy of Odyssey. There they are, bottom left there. Tremendous performance around the greens from Poulter. A lot of up and downs and chipping and putting, and that's the sort of day it is. You're going to have to work to get a score today, and level par all of a sudden around this golf course is good.
Westwood, can he make a 2? No. He'll take a 3 on that hole all day long though. Westwood out in 36.
Let's hear from Wade Ormsby. He's alongside Tim Barter.
Wade, thanks for having a little chat as we walk down this 11th hole. 3 under through 10. Just how good does that feel in these conditions?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I'm just trying to stay dry. I was hoping you'd come over and tell me we're going in for a cup of coffee.
Haven't seen any sort of sign of this in recent results for you. What's been the difference this week?
Oh, it's been a long stint for me over here. You like to try and play better in the bigger events. You know, I was trying to pace myself at the same time. I was working pretty hard last week trying to get my game back. So it's been a weird time for us, you know, being away from home so much and just trying to last 9 weeks on the road, to be honest.
You mentioned the bigger events. These Rolex events, what impact have they made on the European Tour?
Oh, they're huge. You know, to have sponsors like Rolex putting all these events on, even in the current climate, it's been amazing. So you can tell by the field here this week, we've got a bunch of good guys here, and we always look forward to playing them. So it's been a great asset to the European Tour.
Just finally, how important is the right attitude on days like today, just having the right mindset?
Yeah, well, it's the big thing out here. It's like the wind's not blowing too hard. It's starting to get up a little bit now, but just got to try and stay patient, take your time, make sure you keep your hands and your club dry. That's the hardest thing at the moment. You know, we've got 3 towels in the bag and we just burnt through one, so you just got to try to just keep doing what you're doing, and holding a few putts always helps.
Appreciate the time. Keep playing well. Thanks
Tim. Cheers, mate.
It's all working for Wade. 4 birdies today through 10 holes. It's taken him to 9 under par alongside Westwood and Herbert, who's in big trouble here at the 8th.
He is, yeah. This is his 5th shot, and he's pulled up quick. Still not a bad shot from there, though.
Now there you are. You just bash this one through the dry stain dike.
Just right of the left rock.
He's all but done it too. Half a club more would have made a difference. From where he was, well, it's perfectly acceptable.
You can see it's coming in sideways now. Off the water on 13.
Too tight at the top. Tremendous performance from both players today. Ian Poulter turning in 34, no drop shots, and it's the same for Robert Rock as he approaches the 8th green. So that's the first page of the leaderboard, and all the live action of round 3 to come.
Tommy Fleetwood eased on to that first page of the leaderboard there. 1 under par through 12 holes, just on the front of the 13th in 2.
You look at Robert McIntyre, round of 68 today, made the cut on the mark, top 20.
Looking to become just the 2nd ever Scottish winner of this event, which was surprising given how much strength we've seen. I think there's 15 Scottish players in the field this week. Nice contingent.
One of them is Craig Lee. No birdies on the front nine, just 2 drop shots and 7 pars. Eric van Rooyen's a player who's really climbed the ladder in the course of the last 2 years and now has playing privileges on the PGA Tour.
Yes, he's a fine young South African player. Picked up his first win in Sweden on the European Tour. It was coming. He was playing well in a lot of events. Sort of always on that first page of the leaderboard. Couldn't quite finish it off, but he finally did in Sweden.
Tough day for Kawamura of Japan. 4 over par, still 3 holes left to go. Maverick Antcliffe was 3rd last week in Northern Ireland. And for all of these players, well, of course they will have better days in the future.
Birdie putt for Robert Rock at the 8th hole. Well, his playing partner's having his trials. This looks good. It's what he's done so incredibly well the last 2 rounds in particular, but just 1 bogey on his card the entire week.
Just seeing Robert Rock, and you'll remember this back in 2009 in County Louth when Shane Lowry, as an amateur, won the Irish Open. Very similar day, the final day.
It was, yes. I remember I was on coursing that day. I got absolutely drenched. I do remember. But yes, the only consolation Robert Rock got was he picked up the 500,000 euros first prize, which Shane obviously couldn't take as an amateur. Now, Lucas Herbert is big style struggling. Yeah, that always happens, doesn't it, at the end? Lose a ball and then lip out. That's a big drop down the leaderboard for the overnight leader there. 7. Back to -6.
Was struggling on Wednesday with his ball striking, and I think he was actually quite nicely surprised on Thursday and Friday. Needed kind of a quick fix from his coach back in Melbourne, Dom Azzopardi. Said he was getting a little bit sway, a little lateral movement through the ball, kind of toward the ball on his left-hand side.
Still absolutely chucking it down with rain on this elevated 10th tee, looking down on the fairway. Par 5, it's like dogleg from left to right. Oh, holding onto the club so tricky now.
Staying with the same flight, just a hint of fade. And no chance of reaching this green in 2 for Ian Poulter, so it's a case of getting his second in the right place to attack the pin with the 3rd.
So important to play within yourself now. Wind into off the left doesn't make this tee shot any easier.
The caddy is allowed to stand over the player, and what will happen is the player, when he's ready to go, will just say, okay, move away. Do that for the putting as well. Oh, way right here for Westwood. At this par 5. Well, he may have just clawed a decent lie there, actually.
Just no chance of reaching in 2, so it's really the next shot that's important to get into the right position. Play a 3rd shot that suits the eye as we cross over to the beautiful 13th.
Everything draws on this green, right to left for Tommy Fleetwood. Obviously it depends which end of the green you're standing on. Might be a fade from the far end.
This par 3 is playing long today, 222 yards, and the flag is set all the way back left. It's hosing it down and the wind is out of the right.
Greens seem to be standing up all right though, Wayne, are they?
They are. They're doing better than I am.
That's a sensational tee shot from Rock. Fabulous.
You could literally see the water swinging off his weatherproofs then.
Yeah, puddle is everywhere out here now, but not on the greens. They've been very smart, the European Tour. They put them on high points.
Wild, wet day, wet grips, cold hands, and yet Robert Rock sends that deeply into the heart of the green. That was such a beautiful strike.
You were telling me the other day, Ewan, how you used, as a boy, you used to catch the train down to North Berwick and play 36 holes. You wouldn't have done it on a day like this.
No, just the 18, I think, it would have been today. I'm not sure it would have gone out for the second one, but it's amazing that there's not any surface water in the greens at all. There is some on the fairways now, as Herbert takes aim. And big shot, Wayne.
Yeah, and the wind's starting to get up now, Ewan. It's blowing now. It's like a horror movie.
That's as good as it gets in these conditions. The ability to take that away from your mind completely and focus on the target in the end. Rock with a wood, Herbert with an iron, and they find the 9th green. So putts for birdies coming up there. It's a putt for a par for Fleetwood at 13.
Not to be for Fleetwood. It's a dangerous hole, that 13th. Dogleg from right to left, out of bounds all the way down the left. Slippy grips and slippy gloves. You need to be very careful.
Kinholt for his birdie. Nicely, nicely. Lovely. Number 4 of his round to date. 3 bogeys to offset that. So just the 1 under par.
And it's a birdie that takes him into sole possession of 5th. So Marcus beginning to close in.
Trying to keep the momentum going. And Wade Ormsby manages to do just that.
These putts get harder and harder. When you look at Poulter and Rock locked together at the top, and they haven't dropped a shot all day. Confirmation of Kinnock into 5th place. This is how it looks a little further back, and oh, it's amazing. You look at Adrianos, that excellent round today of 67, matched by Victor Dubuisson and Gavin Green, and they're now inside the top 10.
Ian Poulter's producing dry gloves from every orifice. Had to dip down into one of his pockets inside his over trousers like a squirrel. He seems to have stored them up like nuts. He produced another dry one. I don't know how many he's got. But I don't think if it carries on like this for another 15, 20 minutes, half an hour, something's going to flood. But this fairway is already slightly flooded, but the greens aren't. It is torrential. And a little chilly too. So you've got another dry glove, par 5, just laying up somewhere. Again, you're prepared to sacrifice 10 or 15 yards to make sure you keep it out of the rough. He's got a good line, nice upslope, dry as a bone here on this little pimple in the middle of the 10th fairway.
Anywhere in the fairway will be a good layup. First cut, that shouldn't be a problem either. Get a good look at the flag from there. It's a decent angle to come in from.
Yeah, and quite well back as well.
What a life for Lee Westwood. At the start of the week this was spinach, but it's all been trampled down and as good as on the fairway, so taking a gamble with the fairway wood. Wet ball, wet club face, ball can skid off.
Did well there, right foot slipped on the way down. Well, to make a connection, well, we should find it. Right next to the yellow flowers.
Yeah, right by that tree stump. And about 6 feet left of it. It's one of the things about not having spectators, isn't it, with rough like this, that probably see a few more lost golf balls than you normally would.
Ever so gently downhill. A little bit of left to right in it. With surface moisture, the ball doesn't take the break as much, just hugs the ground. So you don't quite allow for as much break as you usually would. You need something to happen to get this show back on the road.
No, I tell you, he was quite lucky that towel there didn't fall on the ball, you know, coming out of that umbrella.
Par save required for Zanotti. It's a little quick over that one. Down at the par 3 12th.
There'll be a few of these back-to-back bogeys. It's there that wears you down in the end. And for the first time, we've got some surface water on these excellent putting surfaces at the Renaissance Club. Greenkeepers and volunteers hard at work. I'm sure some of the greenkeepers from the neighbouring clubs have been drafted in as well.
Okay, after a fantastic tee shot for Robert Rock, this is uphill and slightly out of the right. What a two this would be.
You're going to have to earn it at these Rolex Series events. Mother Nature and the field, both kind of wearing you down.
5 holes left to play. 14th is 166 to the pin. Just a 3/4 follow through. And a great result there from Tommy Fleetwood.
Another candidate for shot of the day. Westwood's third at the third was fairly special as well, as was Rook's tee shot at 9.
You're just going to have to start nothing on it. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
So 108 front, 23.30. Yeah.
Pin cut very tight on the left side of this green. If you go down there, you go down a big steep bank, so you don't want to tangle with that on a day like today. So this is one for the centre of the green, despite he's only got a short iron in. And of course, the green's going to be pretty soft and holding.
Going to be a long way away. It will be a birdie putt. It's of large importance that the field stay hot on the heels of a man like Ian Poulter. He's actually converted 7 of 10 54-hole leads on the European Tour. When he gets out in front going into the final day, he's been powerful.
You just walk towards the tree stump next to the cornflowers or whatever they are down there. It's only about a yard away from the yellow flowers, I think. There's the bounce off the tarmac.
Near the yellow flowers. We're looking for the yellow flowers. There we are.
You're about a yard away from them, Ken.
Yeah, I was getting warmer. Now I have got very wet shoes.
Yes, but not in the true sense of the word as far as warmer is concerned.
No. And it's not lying well, but it's got half a chance of giving it a thrash towards the green. Big mound to come over. And the good news, the flag is on the left. If the flag was on the right, you would have no chance of getting anywhere near, but it has got half a chance. Just having a look where he's got to land it. You could land it on the top and let it skid over, or you could fly it all the way. I wonder when Noah's parked his ark.
Just the other side of that tree stump.
Wonderful camera work again, despite these conditions. Cameraman out there doing a thoroughly professional job, as is the marshals, the volunteers, everyone just trying to keep it all going on what is a gruesome day in this part of the world. But for all of these players, they've got to keep at it. They've got to keep themselves in the picture with 18 to go, because tomorrow's another day.
Something that Westwood has been a past master of, it, just hanging in there. Martin Kyra, another player that doesn't get ruffled. And our cameramen, it's not the easiest day for them. They've got a bit of a chamois leather, having to clear up the screens every time, the lenses before every shot. Well, fraught with danger, the ball's sitting okay, but it's above his feet. You've got to make sure that club doesn't twist through impact. Be careful.
Slow down, slow down. And he's going to be on a little bit of an upslope coming back, which will help for the natural elevation of the ball, but work to be done to save his par.
Fulton Rock, too clear. Well, the Rolex Series have produced some remarkable events since they made their way onto the European Tour. Big names, big finishes, big prizes, and that's what the Rolex Series does, and of course it brings the best players together. This man equal best with Poulter, about to start the back nine.
All right.
Well, looks from this camera like it's an okay lie. I certainly won't be reaching it in two. Just give yourself a layup and a decent full shot in.
Tommy Fleetwood's given himself another chance for birdie. And a back nine par 3. He's at 14. Sneaky.
Yes, finding the bottom of the hole, doesn't matter how. He could actually do with, what is he, 6 under? He could do with another 2 birdies coming in. He's got a par 5, the 16th.
Found the fairway at 11. Marcus Kinhult pin over on the left plateau today. 16 on, 5 off the edge. That is definitely the side to miss it. There's a little coffin bunker, almost pin high in every meaning of that word.
Ian Poulter couldn't believe his ball didn't check on a bit more than it did, but it must have pitched on the top of the hillock rather than on the downslope. So he's got a good 35, 40 feet uphill. Par's your friend at the moment, though, even on the birdieable par 5s.
So hard to adjust to the ever-changing conditions. So we'll leave him to mark that. We'll head over to Wade Ormsby once again, who's reached the 12th.
191 playing today, just off the edge of the green here, Wade Ormsby. All depends on the lie. On a little bit of an upslope, so that'll help. Yes, good shot from Ormsby.
Tidy. He's a tidy guy, actually. I bet you all of the towels in his golf bag are folded.
Yes. It's a little bit like Mark McNulty was always very smart, wasn't he? And very correct with everything. Again, he's see his lad over the ball there. He's allowed to do that, Ken, as you well know.
Yep, they're keeping his man and the ball dry best they can anyway. A good little chip from down where he was. Would have taken a gamble then, got it stuck in the bank. There was half a dozen on the cards. Took a bit of a gamble with his second shot, taking a wood from where he was. He couldn't reach the green. I think if he had another go, he'd probably nudge a 4-iron down the fairway.
Definitely. Especially with the metal clubs they have now as woods. Sitting in wet rough, wet golf ball. At least with the grooves in an iron, you could get down steeper and just fire it forward.
Now I can tell Ian, well, just the way he's looking at this putt, he's not certain of the line, so he'll keep going around until he's got a clear picture in his mind of the break on the putt. And you think putting isn't affected by the moisture, but moisture on the ball on the putter face has an effect on it. Plus, if there's moisture on the grip, you just hold a bit tighter. It's a bit harder to have a free stroke. You're just holding on a bit firmer. Don't get the same feel.
That's outstanding. His holing out throughout these first 10 holes has been quite remarkable. It keeps him at 11 under, keeps him alongside Rock, who's back down the fairway in the rough on the right side.
Those wet weather trousers, it's almost at the point where they're soaked through. This for par for Ormsby.
Yeah, and then when a bit of wind blows, you then start feeling very cold, don't you? It's a horrid feeling, that. 6 holes left to go for Wade Ormsby.
Third shot for Lorenzo Vera. Yeah, very, very nice. Wrote a fascinating blog at the start of the year, I think it was back in February, just talking about his lifestyle, and he got to a point where he's about 400,000 euro in debt, and had to make some changes, and talked about his mentality, that he's been on the up and build since then. Got to quite a dark spot. Said he was partying too much, which, given his personality, you know, loves a good time.
It's a good party for 400,000. That's for sure.
Says a lot for his character to come back. I know Justin Parsons helped him because he won the Challenge Tour 13 years ago. That's a long time ago.
Yeah, I think he had a sports psychologist helping with him, Miriam, I think her name was.
It takes a lot to make these decisions, and then of course an awful lot more to carry them through. And it's lovely when they come out the other end and they've succeeded. And they've made the right decisions at the right time in their life. And there's more to come from Lorenzo Vera. He's got a wonderful amount of consistency in his game as well. You wouldn't say he's great at any particular part. He's not weak at any particular part. Well, Ian Poulter, I think, has found another glove from somewhere.
It's fantastic. He's got 5 new ones left tucked away in different spots.
Needs
He's
a
like
new
a squirrel.
tee now.
They have to have a good look to find them.
Very different, Ken, from the days when we got 3 balls for the first 2 rounds and a glove for the season.
That's exactly right. Yeah, they had to make things like, and 1 pair of shoes, an old pair of FootJoys that got soaked to the skin, and you put him on the next day soaking wet.
And you had to pay for the studs.
Well, the equipment's changed so much, as you know. The waterproof outfits are now light. They've got all this Under Armour that they put on to keep them warm, which doesn't inhibit you swinging so much. The gloves, but everything, the equipment's just changed. Revolutionary. We used to play sort of in army boots and horrible heavy sticks. But the game's not changed. I mean, the same struggle. You know, they've got the same struggle here. How am I going to keep hold of this demanding tee shot? If you hit this one left on this tee shot, you may never see your ball again. So the right side very popular. 475 yards. Wet ball, wet club face. Swing with ease into the breeze.
I'm not bothering to look at that. Had terrible visions there of old Tom Morris and his army boots ploughing round Prestwick and winning the Open Championship. You painted a beautiful picture, Ken. And we need a chuckle in a day like this.
I've got a newspaper for you, Ken. You can pop that in your shoes later on. We'll get one for Wayne Riley as well. Helps dry them out.
We're certainly going to need them. Not wasting any time once you're ready to pull the trigger, either player. This doesn't help your rhythm either, to be fair.
Well, that looked smooth and silky from Westwood. Sadly, the result doesn't match.
Yeah, a touch further right than he would have wanted. Would have wanted to hug that side and shorten up the hole. And there isn't one or two overhanging trees there that may be a problem for him. We saw Robert Roxburgh just head up that turf and then drop back. What's the story here, Wayne?
He's in a hole. It's just a grassy hole. And I spoke to the referee before he got. I said, "That's a hole. It's something's got to have dug that hole." And now we can prod around to see what's under there. But he doesn't want the ball to move because he'll incur a penalty. It's such a bad break. It's down probably 2 inches below the surface, this hole, and it's the size of a football. If he plays it out of it, he really could do himself an injury. Because if he does pound down with a wedge, and he's not going to get a drop.
Yeah, I think so. If I'm going to hit this, I'm going to hurt myself doing it, and I don't really want to do it, but I have to.
No, we just heard Robert Rock say, if I'm going to play this out of here, I'm going to hurt myself.
He's going to get another opinion. And he's entitled to do so, and I would do the exact same thing.
Well, in the meantime, up 1 to 11. Quite a lofty ridge to navigate for Marcus Kinhult for his birdie. Two in a row. He's on the prowl, now within 2 of the lead, held by Poulter and Rock.
To the 15th, 187 yards to go for Tommy Fleetwood. Asking for it to go, I think. Well, he finished top of the race to Dubai standings in 2017. And he is inside the top 10 at 10. It's Sam Horsfield, twice a winner in the UK swing. Contracted COVID-19 and couldn't play in the US Open. Eric Van Rooyen won in Sweden last year, his breakthrough win on the European Tour. He's at 9, ahead of him Fleetwood. Another wonderful season for the Englishman. Lucas Herbert is having a rough old day out there. He got his breakthrough win in Dubai. And Rasmus Højgaard, what a season for the Danish teenager, 2 wins in his rookie year. Paul Casey finished joint second at the PGA Championship. He's at number 5, ahead of him Westwood, who won the opening Rolex Series event of the season, the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. Louis Oosthuizen played nicely at Winged Foot in the US Open. He's at 3. Then it's the PGA champion Colin Morikawa at 2. And a US 1-2 with Patrick Reed, number 1 in the Race to Dubai rankings.
The grass has followed over, so it's going to move. So what's your concern? Is the concern that the ball's going to move? So where it's line 1, but it's there might be firm underneath it.
Quite hear what's being said there.
Well, what's happening is it's so abnormal what's happening with the land around it. There's nothing quite like it.
Yeah, I can't feel anything underneath, so if you can't do anything with
I don't think you'll get a drop.
I mean, it's not. I do get what you're saying about it being in it looks like something's been, yeah, and you've been plenty of stuff here by the looks of it. I mean, those things are, you know, like these trunks have been taken out. Yeah, I'm not talking that, I'm just showing if like, something's been here before we were here and started a massive hole, should I be playing out? I don't know, I mean, this is fine, right? But I'm going to hurt myself playing out of that, and I don't know what's underneath it. I don't see enough evidence of that actually being a conducting that he's got from the front, so there's nothing there from the direction.
This looks like a really bad break for Rock. So I don't think he's going to get it, is he?
No, he's not. It's just rub of the green. It's one of those, it's almost like, Dom, a truck has been here, and you know how they get those stands to prop the truck up? Like something, they took a lot of trees down the right-hand side here. And it's like they've propped a tree up, like something, a cherry picker of some kind, and it's jacked itself up, and the stand has made this indentation.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to play that. You just have no idea what's underneath there.
We can assure you this is Lorathabal doing his best to hide from us. This for his par at 13.
3 over par today, Pablo Larrazábal. Wow. Where's he off? Go on, Pablo.
He's got some pace on him.
Oh, he's heading for cover. Well, I don't blame him, actually. You know, normally we rib the guys out on course when it starts to rain, but I have to tell you, I was out there for about 30 seconds a few minutes ago, and that was 29 seconds too long.
Off the upslope, narrow target, big trouble left.
You could tell by the look on his face there, he knew where that was going.
Well,
that may well have just held up there, I think.
Yeah, that's under the rake on the edge.
So difficult on the upslope, trying to keep the ball down, didn't want to go left. It's almost inevitable it's going to squirt out right now. Lee Westwood's got this tree to go around. He's got to hit a low cutter. See one or two players from this position catch the tree as they're going by. It'll be a low drilled fade. No chance of getting near the flag.
He certainly got it low. Is it up? Well, that's an absolute beauty from that. So we'll leave that. Oh, he's decided to play it out of there. I knew what was in there. I'd have been wary of that, wouldn't you?
I always found that really challenging when you were faced with a situation where you could potentially injure yourself and, you didn't get that. I always felt a little hard done by. I want to try and feel like the rules protect you in a way or two, but...
Well, when it's like this, as it happens, there wasn't... But you're never sure whether there's concrete under there or stones. You think it's not going to be a root or anything like that, but you could jar your wrists. Anyway, it looks like he's okay with it.
To 15, we saw the approach shot of Tommy Fleetwood. This is the birdie putt.
Get to 8 under par. If you can get to 8 under par, and he's at 6 so far, that's within reach. Currently 5 back, but get within 3 on that final day.
Definitely. Par 5 coming up next.
Back over to 10, and the third shot now for Robert Rock. Radar.
He did very well not to injure himself. He's advanced at 100 yards. And he's left now with a shot of 219. The flag's over there on the left-hand side, so I feel as though Robert will bail out here. You don't take this flag on because you risk losing it left and it goes down into a little dip over there and you'll short-side yourself. With the wet conditions, maybe he'll try to fly it all the way to the heart of the green. But he's also got the lie of the land, the camber of the land, which is from right to left, short.
Back left, come down a little right, yeah. Should be all right. Yeah, should kick off into the...
I really hope he makes a 5. That was a bad break.
Needs to get up and down there from there if he's going to make his 5. 2 Englishmen at the top of the table. Ian Poulter and Robert Rock lead the way here at the Renaissance Club. Digging deep out there, trying to stay dry. On day 3 of the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open.
Just off the back foot here with a sand iron. Square the club face up a little bit. Just punch it through to get it running up that green. Hit the pin. Oh, unlucky. Unlucky. Take a 4 though.
Anyone who's been watching his Twitter feed actually won't be too surprised he's chipping nicely. Look at this. He has, over the last couple of months or so, he's chipped into a shoe floating in his swimming pool at home. He's chipped through the open window sideways of 2 cars and got it through. And the latest thing was he chipped through a watch strap. He strung up a watch strap on a piece of string and he chipped the ball through that. So he's been keeping himself sharp.
Does he have 3 new logos on the bag as well?
I wonder if he did them all first time.
Wow, yeah.
Now this screen's, I have to say, is like a badly packed parachute. He's got these big ridges to come up and little ledge where the flag is cut. Even putting to it's quite a small target. Slow, line, very tricky to judge.
It just got thrown offline early in the putt, didn't it?
Would have come back with the pace.
1 over par today, Lee Westwood. Do well to stay there.
Back to the 10th and the 4th shot now of Robert Rock. I agree with you, Wayne. I think he was seriously unlucky not to get a drop there.
It happens. Now, this is awkward. Coming over a little shoulder, and the first skid, if he flattens his trajectory out, will be lively. It's very difficult, this. If he gets it within 7 feet, job well done. Not the best part of his game chipping, but Thomas Bjorn is helping him big time. There's a go on, Rocky. Brilliant. Get yourself a 5.
Yeah, I agree with you, Wayne. Thoroughly deserved.
And go and have a giggle at the referee.
Yeah, that was a 5, you know, in the end.
Be a mighty fine par, this one. Just left edge, keep the pace up. Steady head, no peaking.
Yeah, well done. Very good. Keeps him right in it. He's 8 under, 3 behind.
See down this 11th hole. Water flooding the fairways. Poulter for par. And a really nice up and down. Another really nice up and down. Bogey-free Ian Poulter. As is Robert Rock. Excellent stuff. Birdies at 10 and 11 for Marcus Kinnault. And I'm afraid that is going to be a drop shot at number 12 for the Swede. He slides back to 8 under, 3 off the pace.
Ormsby for a birdie at the 13th. Not to be, but you take a 4 on the 13th every single day. Take 4 of them during the week.
Yeah, so we knocked this in for a 5. And to the referee's defence, you know, the referees out here do a marvellous job. There's plenty of grass under the ball, so there's just no way he could give him a drop. So full credit to him.
They can be rather restrictive from both sides of the story, the rules at times.
Alison, you can imagine what all the hotel bedrooms will be like tonight, with all the golf clubs out, bag tipped upside down, everything out the bag, and it's still a bit wet in the morning, isn't it?
It is. It's a good night for the hairdryer.
Well, this were the sort of views we had earlier this week in these pictures from Visit Scotland on Scotland's Gulf Coast. 21 golf courses along a 30-mile stretch. Not quite so pretty out there today. In fact, it is just very rough. Had a message as well on Twitter from a chap called Terry Sharkey, who's about 70 miles south of us at Newcastle. When we were talking about it being wet but still no wind, he said, "Don't worry, it's coming." We were like that earlier on. The breeze is coming.
Oh, is it?
Thanks, Terry. It's going to come to quite a crescendo. Precisely, but it's what you want to see for a final day.
Experience seems to be counting, doesn't it? Up there on the leaderboard, Poulter, Rock, Ormsby, Westwood, all in their 40s. And all within 3. Lucas Herbert battling away out there. It's been a pretty wretched day so far. Lorenzo Vera is on the drift, so is Calais Samoya. Zanotti got it going early, but he's begun to struggle now, as have many others. Good stuff from Andy Sullivan, who won the English Championship, part of the UK swing recently. 69 from him, back in the winner's circle for the first time in 5 years.
Not taking too long to make his mind up, and straight over the ball to try and keep everything dry. Ian Poulter. My poor old yardage books looks like Howard Carter found it in Tutankhamun's tomb. It's absolutely disintegrated. It's like, it was about 180 yards, but it's playing about 210. It's wild on the top of the hill here at number 12. The wind is whistling off the Forth of Firth. There's big, heavy drops of rain. I'll just give you a bit of a clear. I'll hold my mic up to the umbrella. I think you get the picture.
Yeah, we've got it, Ken.
And it's windy. It's a cold wind as well. The last half an hour it's picked up. It ain't easy. And it's heavy. Well, the pin is up the little bluff in the green. It's about 5 yards up it, so if you come up short, you go back down the slope a little bit like the Valley of Sin. That you can sort of kiss it in from the right. There's a bit of a slope there. And if you pull it down the left, you go on the lower tier, but it's kind of aiming at the middle of the green and hoping here. It's Westwood next to have a go. Got to be clubbing down and just shunting it forward.
Do it on me. Go on.
Oh, go on. Nice little kick off the right side. I think you take that all day long, where that is. Really well.
He's hiding under the wind with that one, almost through the ball.
Yeah.
Like it'd fly straight over his head.
Back to the 11th. Driver for Robert Rock.
Yeah.
Well, let's break down the swing of Robert Rock, courtesy of Swing Index.
Well, he's a great teaching pro, teaches a few pros as well, but he's got, you know, a good thing to take note from here is a nice wide stance. You always want a decent wide stance. You know, if you're going to throw a stone, or you wouldn't stand with your feet together, you'd have it nice and wide, and you watch his head. Doesn't get past the ball on the way down. Look at that, still as can be. And that's all there is to it.
The sweet swinging Robert Rock. And if you want to find out more about how Swing Index breaks down the pro swings and maybe help your game a little bit, head to the European Tour's digital channels. Well, a little earlier this week on the 13th hole down by the water, we had a little bit of fun with Bernd Wiesberger, with Matt Wallace and Mark Warren, each with one club they had to play the hole with, the One Club Challenge.
Morning guys, welcome back to Renaissance Club here at the 13th hole. Why not start the week with a little One Club Challenge? Hope you guys are ready to go.
Might try and catch this one a little thin.
Right.
Normal then, yeah?
It's downwind.
What was the carry to the fairway? Normal. Oh, ooh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Did you do it thin? Yeah. Thin, but not a good thin. Thin short.
Not
no. It's quite difficult with a putter grip because it's not round, you know. But
oh, it's beautiful as well.
Sounded painful as well.
Oh no.
Oh.
What do you mean? Oh no.
Yeah,
I mean, that would have got onto the green. I think if it was straight.
Was Bernie holding the cards by any chance?
Yeah.
When we picked. Oh.
Wow. No.
Oh.
Should we just go in?
2 Scottish Opens in a row, Bernie. That could go in. That's game over, isn't it? This might be the way to play it in the tournament.
Well, Wiesberger with the driver, Mark Warren with the 9-iron, Matt Wallace with the putter. If you want to find out who prevailed in that little battle, head to our website or to our social media channels at the European Tour.
One of my favourites they've done so far. One of the clubs ends up out of the complex. That's all I'm going to say. It's worth a watch.
Looks like it's clearing up, Ken.
That's right, as they say in Caddyshack. I don't think the heavy stuff's come on yet. Well, I've never seen anybody over here. Boxy's to the right of the wall. He almost needs to get a yardage from where he is. Must still have about nearly 60 yards. The good 43 yards, I'm told. And he's got a nice lie, so he's got half a chance of scaraging a par here from a real crook one.
Playing back into that breeze, you see, just holds it up a little bit. It's all of a sudden getting incredibly brutal out there now.
Par 5 16, third shot for Tommy Fleetwood.
Just so many factors, really. Pitching from the rough. Wet ball, wet rough. What's it going to do once it hits the green? Quite the equation.
Down the hill at the par 3 14th, 166 yards. This is Wade Ormsby.
That right to left breeze coming across, just moving that ball fairly quickly across the green now.
Samoya for his birdie. Yet to have one today. 2 over par. Those kind of days you just need to dig in, because you might well finish with 3. Have to earn them up 18 in particular, but there's opportunity left.
Westwood dropped away from the sprinkler, so hasn't got to play over it. Uphill, up the little false front in the green. Every time I see him, he keeps smiling, Lee Westwood. He must know something that I don't know. Tells you something about his character.
Tester coming up for Lee Westwood to stay at 8 under.
Robert from 217. Just laying it up. He had something behind the ball. So that's 2 holes in a row. He's caught a bad break. Wow. They say they come in threes.
Up ahead to the 16th. Birdie putt for Tommy Fleetwood. Oh, he had it as well. No jacket on for Fleetwood. Look how long that sweater's getting now, and it will be the same in the sleeves. They get so saggy, don't they?
It's going to feel like chainmail in another 30 minutes.
To 12, and the par putt for Ian Poulter has not dropped a shot so far today. The first one goes.
Neither of these players have played the par threes particularly well this week. That'll take Ian Poulter to 1 over par for the short holes, with 11 under on the 4s and 5s combined as he drops a shot.
Trouble off the tee for Joost Luiten at the 13th, so this is for a par. And well holed.
12 one side of the wall, 14 the other, the 2 par 3s.
Very exposed this one though, a bit more exposed is the 12th, and this is a little testy one. Wind blowing into his face, raindrops will be hitting him like hailstones. Got to keep still on it.
So both players dropping a shot at this par 3 12th. Westwood back to -7. 4 behind Robert Rock, who's on his own now at 11 under.
2 bogeys in the last 3 holes. Just needs to catch himself steady, Lee Westwood. Can't let it creep away from you.
Try to keep smiling. Ormsby. 14 over the little ridge, down and round.
The breeze is out on the left-hand side, and the flag is over there on the left, on a little step. He's got 130. He needs to be mindful of the spin with this wind direction. It'll be difficult to hold that little step.
Stay that. Would have been okay for the pin on the first 2 days. That's still a good shot in there. I'll take that from that.
Cold.
Par your friends.
Fighting off the wind and the rain, Ian Poulter, as he heads back to the 13th tee.
It's a double-handed kind of day.
He told a lovely little story actually earlier this week. Last year he and his caddy Terry were walking down this hole, and Terry said, "Oh look, someone down on the beach." They looked over, it was a backpacker, and all he had on was his backpack. He was in the buff. I don't think he'll be out there today, Boxy. It is brutal. And it's quite a long way back as well. Down from the 12th green, along the coastline, back to the tee at 13. McIntyre, Winter, Hebert, Warren, all sitting pretty in the clubhouse for some time now. Just watching their names drift up that leaderboard.
Well, yes, it's interesting viewing, but you know, when you're actually out there, from a personal point of view, you just want to get in so quickly. It's just not nice. It's horrible.
I wonder if Pablo Larrazabal ever came out from the hand dryer.
Well, yes.
Up on the 14th tee. It's kind of one of those days you don't use the paper towels in there. You just stand under there for 30 seconds longer.
They've made the trip now.
Lucas Herbert has played out of the front bunker. He got it to about 7 feet, maybe 6.5 feet. This is up the hill for Robert Rock. It's quite slow. Hasn't dropped many shots this week. 30 odd holes. It's a long time. A long time. And he'd know that. So can he get it up to the hole with the surface moisture? It's going to be slow, this putt. So unlucky to have a little twig behind the ball. Couldn't hit it. He could have hit it on the green from 217, but he just had to lay it up. Water off the duck's back. Rocky's a really cool guy. Nothing really flusters him. Slightly out of the right.
Looks like he's going to drop back to -10 with Ian Poulter.
Strong one coming down on the fin. Wins that race as well.
And they'll go up to 17. Join Tommy Fleetwood, 204 yards today.
Pin over on the right. There's kind of the upper right plateau, and then you've seen the little low swale down the left-hand side.
Cheers.
In previous days. That's a lovely golf shot there. Does release past that pin, so you'll see a lot of balls moving away from it.
Well, all the leaders are coming back to him. Herbert for a par. Yeah, well done. 4 over, but at -7 again, as Robert Rock's going to go back to -10 when he taps his 18-inch putt in, hopefully. He's only going to be 3 behind Lucas Herbert.
Important save off that. Birdie at the 10th to keep that momentum.
Playing with Fleetwood, David Horsey, 17th. 3 birdies today, all cancelled out by drop shots at 2, 4 and 13.
Horsey level par today. Drop shot it is for Robert Rock. 1 birdie, that was at the 3rd, and a drop shot. First one for a while. So 2 players in the lead at 10 under now.
And really that brings in kind of 7 under right back into the picture as well.
Yeah, Poulter's tried his grip off at the 13th hole. Should come down off that bank. And into the swimming pool.
Oh, what a dastardly drive this is, with the wind off the sea, out of bounds down the left, thick, rough right.
That does not look pleasant.
It's around about 30 yards past those 2 people standing up on the hill.
It's the other thing with not having spectators, isn't it? Very often they'll locate the ball for you.
Most of the time.
.191, the flag is over there, frontish right. Straight into the teeth of it, slightly out of the left. 4 iron. And don't leave any behind. I'm still waiting for that cup of soup, Richard.
It's on its way. Oh, just hanging up there like that. What flavour would you like, Wayne?
Oh, tomato would be marvellous.
Okay.
Good day for a thermos, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got the food radar. We're just struggling to find someone who wants to come out and give it to you.
Yeah.
All the way over there at the 12th.
I don't blame them. It's really, I am standing up near the green here on number 12, and it's very difficult to make out the water. It's hard to see the further fourth. That's how murky it is. It's pea soup. Speaking of soup.
Yeah, got some of that.
Just trying to penetrate this wind.
Ripples in that bunker.
Off they go. We'll head across to 17. David Horsey hasn't quite found this back level.
Uphill for a good 70% of this. Right to left as well. It'll be slow.
Yeah, you're right there. Very slow. Two pars for around a 71 would be an excellent score today. Samoya for his par at the 14th.
Third bogey today. 2 gone in 3 holes, I'm afraid, for the Finn. He slides back to 4 under.
Back to the 13th green. Kinalt to save his par. Just dropped one on the par 3, and he's going to drop at least one here. The 13th to par 4, so he's going to go back to -7. Still only 3 behind though.
Right, the search is on for Lee Westwood's ball.
We need help. We need help.
There's just so few landmarks over in that little section. We're taking a look now.
I'm the one with a white umbrella and blue.
Right, well, I reckon if we
yes.
can see.
Right where Westwood's caddy now, I reckon. Right around that little region.
Yeah.
The red umbrella, kind of in that little section.
Okay, I'll steer him in.
Tightest umbrella, yeah. Red umbrella and where the caddy is.
Sam, I think you're in about the right area.
Walk back towards that wall, though.
A little bit back towards the wall. Somewhere in here. It's like the golden shot, but you can't see the target.
You need to get him in a line, Ken. And you can wave through that section.
Yeah, I think it went, as we look at that little ridge, it's the other side of that ridge, isn't it?
Yeah, so it looks like most of the people, the 2 umbrellas, the tightest umbrella and the blue and white one on top need to, as I say, head towards the wall, don't they?
Which wall's that? I can't see a wall.
Behind you, Ken. Like, sounds like a pantomime. But
yes.
Oh. Yeah, but maybe.
Yeah, kind of start there and fan out.
Fleetwood at the 17th. So par for Fleetwood, 1 under for his round. -6, which is 4 behind. He'd take a par down the last now and go in. Second shot of Robert Rock. Well, that had some stop on it. He didn't play that out of the water, so he's obviously taken a drop and it's not plugged. It helps playing back into the breeze as well, for sure. Good shot there from Robert Rock.
Any joy, Ken?
We found the ball just at the nick of time, and someone's trodden on it, so we now need a ruling.
Did very well to find it. Thick rough over there.
Squeegees are still out on the green at 18. Let's wander back towards the tee, where Tommy Fleetwood is swishing away.
Yeah, if you'd played on any other course other than a links golf course, you'd have had to come off about 2 hours ago, 2.5 probably. So driver Tommy Fleetwood down the last hole. A par for around a 70 he needs. He'll take a drop there out of casual water, which you can do.
It's one of the selling points really today for the Renaissance Club is that a lot of the greens are raised, and so the water does kind of tend to trundle down into the collection areas off the putting surfaces. There aren't too many bowl-shaped greens without a release point for the moisture.
Right, back over to the 13th.
Just ascertaining where it would have been likely to be sitting in the rough. Someone put their foot on it. Pick it up and place it as near as you possibly could to where you thought it was.
So Rocky dropped it out of the water. It submerged, it plugged a little. Just a great bunker shot to get it to here, above the hole. Straight down the hill, not overly quick. It's starting to blow out here now. It is cold, it is blowing a gale, and it is raining. What a three.
Yeah, wow. What an up and down that is from Robert Rock. Remember, the man who was blown off course last Saturday at Galgorm Castle in the Dubai Duty-Free Irish Open is holding firm out there today. In wretched conditions.
He now knows how Charlie felt in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. That was a golden ticket to find that ball. I mean, it was right in the long grass. So a huge break for Lee Westwood when he found it. I mean, literally with 10 or 15 seconds to go. So he's got to replace it where it was. So it's a slightly better line, obviously, when the fella trod on it. Ball above his feet, still thick, tangly rough, but saves a massive long walk back to the tee and a 3 off the tee. Still got to be careful here. This is one of those lines you could whip it straight left into the sea.
Takes his medicine, back in play.
Always liked the adage, aim right, hold it tight, out of lies like that, Ken.
That's exactly what it was, and don't be too ambitious. If you're going to chip it outside, it's something like when I was very young, I was playing with somebody who said you couldn't reach the green from there. Well, have a thrash at it, make sure you get it back into play and assure yourself of reaching with the next shot. Casual water for Ian Poulter. But finding this fairway now, or actually it's a little bit easier now because the rain's eased, but 20 minutes ago was a really tough problem. So flag left on the green. anything a little short or left gets dragged into the hollow, and it almost gets dragged to the out of bounds. So got to favour the right of the flag. Looking for another one of those gloves. A bit like Paul Daniels, he can produce them from everywhere.
Did you like using kind of the leather gloves, Ken, or were you a bit more of an all-weather man?
Yeah, I think, I mean, Phil Mickelson uses those all-weather gloves. They take a little bit getting used to, but I think they've got some merit. But not, I haven't seen many players wearing them today. Aaron Rice sometimes has his 2 gloves on.
We've seen Joost Luiten with 2 different sets so far.
Amazing, every shot's a new one. Will he be passing his accommodation again after the 16th? Maybe he'll get another reload of gloves and dry towels.
I'd actually be interested to find out how many gloves they are going through on a day like this.
Yeah.
It must be a dozen and up, I would think.
All right, time to go with Poulter.
As I say, he's just got to be a little cagey, not hitting it left or short. The wind into him. The green does gather from the right, but under these conditions, it's not going to gather much.
Yeah, drives it forward, uses the contours, down and round it comes. Excellent stuff from Poulter. He'll have that for a bounce back birdie, having dropped the shot at 12. Let's go to 15. And the second shot to this par 4 for Australia's Wade Ormsby.
Alone.
Not sure it warranted the reaction. It was the hardest hole on the course yesterday. Tee's been moved up 44 yards today, though, on 15 to mitigate that.
Final 2 ball. Standing on that 13th tee. Taking cover there, waiting. I think for Lee Westwood.
After your last go,
Look at it under the umbrellas. It's getting quite busy. Once again back over to 15. Wade Ormsby's approach got caught by the wind there. Still got a birdie putt. Hello. Cool. Well, he is the exception at the moment, isn't he, Ormsby? At 2 under par, going quite a bit better than most of those around him. Tommy Fleetwood's ball at 18. And Ewan Murray is back in the commentary box.
Thank you, Dom. It's a war of attrition out there, and a great credit to the green staff. I'm not sure there'll be too much golf played in this neck of the woods over the course of the last few hours. They've managed to keep the course playable up to now. Whether they can all the way through to the end of round 3 remains to be seen. It was Greenkeeper's Day last week across the country, and all credit to them. Hats off to you for the wonderful job that you do.
Nice, not range 7, yeah. Come on.
In sight of home. Second of Fleetwood to the last. Splash of water through the impact area.
Sorry, Ewan, I was just about to say you've got to watch the spin.
Well, he's coped with it pretty well. Kenny's got it up there hole high, and it's a chance of a closing birdie. Fleetwood at 6 under par, currently in a tie for 5th. Knock that one in, it would take him into a tie for 3rd.
Third shot now for Westwood at 13. Not bad.
Oh, fuck off.
Apologies for some bad language there. The conditions are
ridiculous.
Almost impossible.
Andrew Coltart back in the commentary box, as well as Ewan Murray, alongside myself, Dom Hollier. We've got Ken Brown and Wayne Riley braving the conditions. Marcus Kinnolt. Another shot gone, I'm afraid, for the young Swede. 3 bogeys in a row. He's back to 6 under. So look and see what the Odyssey putting stats say in this game. Putts today, to 15. Westwood hoping he'll make it 23 after this. Move on to 14. And Poulter will be looking closely. You can see his marker just by Lee Westwood's son's back.
A couple of patches of casual water on this green round the edges. Dribbles coming off the peak of the cap. It's a war of attrition at the moment, I have to say. Very, very tricky. Ian Poulter said this is a top 3 toughest days he's played for a long, long while. Because not only is it wet and windy, it's cold.
Day like this, you need a bonus, you need something to lift your spirits, and that certainly would have done Westwood should he have gone ahead and knocked that one in.
Up the slope to 14, Lorenzo Vera to get to 5 under.
Somehow you've just got to find something to hold on to.
Most people, it's an umbrella. It's one of those days. So Poulter, who's played the hole absolutely perfectly. A little bit of right to left movement. A little bit quicker than it looks. I couldn't believe how Lee's putt ran out. A real chance of a birdie here, and a birdie at the 13th at the moment is a minor miracle.
Still a 2-way tie at the top of the leaderboard then. Ian Poulter alongside Robert Rock at 10 under par. Rock started with a couple of pars.
First of the par 5 says the 3rd. 2 good shots, found him just off the left edge of the green. Bump and runs don't come an awful lot better than that. Skipped up the slope, kept it below the hole, and he would open his birdie account.
Went to the turn in 1 under par. And at number 11, problems. Got a bad lie. to the fairway, and that would cost him his first shot in 31 holes. It's only his second bogey of the week.
The story of Ian Poulter, well, it's been business as usual despite these testing conditions. Fine tee shot at the fifth, found the middle of the fairway, and with a bit of spin control it nudged its way down to the hole side, and that would result in a birdie 3 for the Englishman.
Up at the par 5, 7th, short and right in 2. Feet together, a little pop forward, then release. Exemplary touch from Ian Poulter.
He made some good par-saving putts out there as well to keep things going. This was a super little up and down at 11. Nearly got it straight down, didn't he? A little bit of assistance from the flag, friendly help.
At the 12th, he missed the target by quite some distance. It's like swinging an eel out there just now, having the club face in your hands. Almost impossible to return the club face to square.
It would cost Ian a drop shot, but as Tom says, they're still up there at the top, Poulter and Rock. Big putt. They're all big putts in a day like this. It's a fabulous finish. It's a brilliant finish from Tommy Fleetwood, and what a difference that makes to his week. A remarkable 2 under par 69.
Yeah, a nice little hug there for Ian Finnis. It's just been a brutal day out there on the golf course. Great work from both players, player and caddy.
Now we are golfing for good on the European Tour this season, and there's an online auction running with proceeds going to the official tournament of the charity Sam H, the mental health charity in Scotland, and among the prizes, spots in next year's Scottish Open Pro-Am, the Aberdeen Standards Investment Scottish Open Pro-Am, and a round of golf with Robert McIntyre. So if you fancy winning those and much more, then head to et.golf/ASISO auction.
Nice prize, and it would be a very enjoyable 18 holes, I can tell you. He's a mature lad into his early 20s, already making big strides in the game, and he'll be around for some time.
Very exposed up here on the 14th tee, and it's whistling across, the wind lashing at you. Playing downhill, wind hard off the right with the pin on the right, playing 166 yards. Never easy from an elevated tee when you're hitting down, because you want to keep the ball low, but of course it falls automatically into the air. So it'll take a great deal of control, this one. It's not one to be thumped at. You're not going to float it high in the air. You're going to put it off the back foot and just shove it forward.
Ian's caddy, Terry, looked like he was about to be eaten by his umbrella.
Ian's Poulter's brolly went inside out, so it's sort of hasn't L collapsed yet, but it's looking like it might. Now master of these shots. Clubbing down, see where he's following through. He's going to keep the club low through the ball, nudge it forward. 166 yards.
Not much more than half a backswing. Just trying to caress it down the slope, keep it out of the breeze. Not much between the two there. They've done well to Just about find the putting surface. It's not the easiest of putts. It's up and over a ridge, but nothing is easy today. Nothing at all.
No, it looks to be getting worse and worse out there as well, doesn't it? The wind really starting to whip up to add to the rain and the cold. I think there's going to be a few people who are going to sleep well tonight.
It's going to take them all night to dry the golf bags out. Golf clubs inside of the pockets. Goodness me.
He can't see anything really. He's over on the left-hand side as 14 as they play it. He's got 217. And you can't see the ball fly through the air. I just want my mummy.
Down you come, keep going. Ah, stuck in the bank. Chipping back into the breeze though. Still manager 4.
Oh, they're still managing some giggles out there as well. Gosh, it's tough. And well done to Ian Poulter and Robert Rock. Well, anyone who is under par up there. Anyone who's out there, let's face it. Good heavens. It really is attritional on day 3 of the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open. Let's take you somewhere else, shall we? To some more pleasant pictures.
It's not always like this north of the border, I can tell you. We saw the beautiful weather of yesterday. Just 20 miles or so away. There's the city of Edinburgh, from where we're coming to you from, and standing proudly there at the top of the hill, the Edinburgh Castle. Beautiful views up over the Firth of Forth to Fife, and the old railway bridge, now joined by 2 road bridges. And things have changed down in Leith, down by Queensferry. They've moved on over the last 20 years or so, and some modern buildings in there. It's a beautiful place to be, Scotland's capital city of Edinburgh.
Quite a bit uphill this part, and a little crest about 6 feet short of the cup he's got to come over. I think the first bit might just be a little bit right to left. A little bit of shelter from the wall, but not much. It's a bit bleak on this green, I have to say. Slow, very slow.
Back into the driving rain and the spray from the Firth of Forth.
Up to the 18th green for Grant Forrest, trying to close out his day with a 3, a birdie. He's done pretty well to hang in there. He's got a couple of double bogeys in the card, drop shot at 8 as well, but he's made a few birdies. One most recently at 17, and if he pops that in, it'll be for a round of 72. He'll go into the final day at 4 under. 6 behind at the moment. Who knows where he'll be in around about 40 minutes when we finish up.
Poulter also got a tangle with a little ridge in front of the hole, and it's going to swing quite hard to his right from this angle as it's dying. Slow again.
It's just a day when it never lets up. Everything is difficult.
Oh, this is downhill and he needs to chip it through water. And Robert just went over to the official and said, hey, listen, are we honestly going to continue in this? Because it's seriously on the edge. It's unbelievable. The weather is just horrific. So he has to play this low and skip it through this puddle. Yeah, the official just looked at him and said, yep, keep playing.
There's no doubt an inland golf course wouldn't have been able to sustain this amount of water. They'd have been off long ago. Incredibly porous sands. This links ground allows most of the water to seep away. You almost look at the other side of that green there at 18. I'm expecting a submarine to make an appearance.
On such a testing day, you get a little weary coming towards the end of the round. These putts become very difficult. But Westwood's coped with that nicely. And after that wild tee shot at the last, it's a bogey followed by a par.
Wade Ormsby's bucking the trend out there today. Birdie chance for him at 16.
Yeah, I got to say, these guys are still putting on an incredible show given the circumstances. Anybody that's given themselves an opportunity come tomorrow needs to be commended.
No, it's understandable. You're not making excuses for the players, but mentally it's difficult. It eventually wears you down. In the par threes, Gus Poulter 2 shots in the back 9. He goes back to 9 under. It leaves Rock in front, but he's got his problems at 13, trying to get out of there with a par, and that's what used to be Fedra.
Yeah, that gives you a good idea, because that was clear as a bell looking out there until today.
The wind is blowing out of his left, and it's easy to miss this right because it just won't take the break from right to left. He's held some nice ones. He held a nice one on the last for a par, a little shorter than this.
It's a lovely stroke. Just, I think I've never seen anything like it, really. Ewan?
Well, you look at Dubuisson, Gavin Green and Adrianos. They made the cut on the mark. They shot 67 today. They're now inside the top 8. And it was tough this morning. It just wasn't as tough as these players have faced this afternoon. Forrest to finish off with a 4. And his good week continues. And at 4 under par, it's now only 5 shots off the lead. We never know what can happen tomorrow, what kind of weather we're going to get, what kind of test they're going to face. But within 5, you always have a chance.
Well, 12 players are within 4 shots of the lead, and I can tell you 23 players are now within 5 of Ian Poulter and Robert Rock. It is a brutal day out there, but there is some high-class players, some quality at the top. Poulter, the likes of Tommy Fleetwood, Lee Westwood, both Rolex Series winners, right up there.
Another player who made the cut on the mark, Robert McIntyre. He's on the fringes of the top 10 after his 3 under par 68. And Jeff Winter and Benjamin Hebert, of course, who came so close to winning this some 14-15 months ago. Round of 69 has him inside the top 15. It's been a good performance from many of the Scots. 15 in all started. Grant Forrest, we saw finish a few moments ago, his round of 72, and Connor Syme a level par round of 71. Still life in the Ryder Cup, captain, yet I see. 69 for Harrington.
Yeah, lovely up and down, wasn't it? Out of the greenside bunker at 18 yesterday to make it through to the weekend. Craig Lee struggling. Ewan Ferguson going backwards. Still only Colin Montgomery has won the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open for the home nation. Victor Perez is sort of a Scotsman, isn't he? Frenchman who's based up in Dundee these days.
We claimed him after his first victory.
Beautiful swing. Goodness me, 0 run whatsoever. Any opportunity to look at that, 5 or 6 gloves up there for Westwood. They hang it on the spokes, try to get as much air running through it as they possibly can to try and dry it out.
Uphill all the way this one, into the left-right breeze. The rain hasn't eased at all. Tough old drive. I've never seen tee shots take quite so long. Everyone's sort of drying themselves off.
Only 4 holes left, Brownie.
I know they'll be counting them off, and actually the closing holes, at least the rain's sort of at your back. It's not scudding straight into your face.
We're going to club together tonight, Ken, and buy you a cream soda when you come in.
That was a dash of something else in it. I reckon Ian Poulter would be very good at loading up the old dishwasher. He just seems to like to arrange everything just right.
Scoreboard on the left, you really get an indication as to how murky it is out there just now.
Ah, damn it!
Hang on.
Do you reckon it'll reach them tracks?
Don't think so. No, it could be okay.
The rough now so wet though, it's like heading out of spinach and barbed wire. Let's try and force it forward and chase it up there as far as you can. Final group at 14.
166 yards, and I played in this kind of weather once, only once this bad, and that was St George's 1985, Sandy's year, and it was just like this in the morning, and it was, but that's about it. I've never seen weather on a golf course like this before. And the wind's out of the right, well, it's not the wind, I'm telling lies. The gale is out of the right-hand side. And it's downhill, and trying to drill one low is impossible. It's just a feel shot, and you try to hang on with the left hand to try to cut across it. Being a right-hander, it's a very difficult thing to do. Anywhere on the green is a good shot in this weather.
He's turned it over left. It's only up the left-hand side. It's just under the camera on the left-hand side, I think, just off the edge of the green. There it is.
He'll be very good at this shot, Robert Rock, because he sets his hands quite low, and he's a great driller of the ball. He can really hit nice low shots, and that's what you need to do here. What club? I'd say it'll be like a 6-iron, maybe hood down a 7-iron, get it back in the stance and drill it forward and chase it in there low. It's not one for getting cute and getting clever and flight it in there and float it in there. The ball could end up in Glasgow. It's like, so you just got to get it on the deck as fast as you can.
What he tried to do, took a lot off it. You know, Ken Brown and Wayne Riley doing such a great job out there. Come back off the wall, he'll take that. You know, it's so cold out there in the golf course, even your lips don't work properly when you try to speak into a microphone. It's just brutal. Well, let's have a look at the Robert Rock's, I don't work in here either. Robert Rock swing, courtesy of Swing Index.
Well, that's what Wayne was talking about seconds ago. It's just a curtailed backswing, and it's very quiet, the lower half of the body. You want to keep the top half on top of the ball so you can drive it forward. You can drill it back into the breeze. Not much more than half a swing there, so probably 2 or 3 clubs more than he would normally hit, and just hit it within himself.
Larrathable, you see what that means to him. Yeah, he's off the golf course. Well, one more left to play.
Beginning to resemble Zorro out there, Lara Thab.
Yeah, or something out of Mad Max.
A fresh glove coming out of a nice polythene bag, just making sure it fits properly for Lee Westwood, a dry one. Quickly out for an undercover. The pin on the back left of the screen with the wind off the left again. Oh, so difficult to get at. Amazingly, we're hitting 9 irons in here at the start of the week. A long iron left. 224 yards uphill into the breeze. Sunday best 3 iron.
Goodness me, it looked a good strike. It was on a good line, I thought. Ended over a little bit into that breeze.
I'd be interested to know the last time he hit a driver 220 odd yards off the tee.
Going back to the 70s with the Persimmon, the latter bull. That's going to be awkward from there too. He's going to have to hit it hard enough to get out of the rough and yet still have some kind of control at the end of it.
Ian Poulter's had a good break. Ruffy is quite skinny on the right side, but there are some very thick patches, but he's managed to miss them. The area he's found is trodden down grass line within 200 yards. Good angle to the flag, but you're just trying to nerdle out a 4 on this hole if you can.
He's going to have to get a replacement umbrella for tomorrow.
It's just like the end of the world. How we're still playing, Andrew, I don't know. The greens, there's hardly any water on them at all. 1 or 2, the 13th had a little. It's miraculous.
It's also interesting, Ken, isn't it, that these kind of conditions, they can find their way into your golf swing and really upset a rhythm and timing and strike of a golf ball the next day. It's so difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of these days for survival, and Ian Poulter's producing a fantastic round of golf. I mean, he wouldn't get any prizes for speed, but he's trying to get himself organised for every single shot. As I say, his umbrella's giving way on him, producing gloves from every pocket.
You consider the prize fund available in these Rolex events. It's no surprise that they're taking their time.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, they are like Batman and Robin, these two. They really do work together. They chatter away a great partnership, and they're working brilliantly together today.
A 4 iron. Do you know what? It looks average. It's just a good shot to get there.
Robert just off the back fringe. So downhill, it's right to left. This will be really slow, even though it is downhill. He's putting straight into this gale.
Great thing when you're faced with that is don't try and hit the ball harder, just swing a bit further. Keep the same tempo. That was always going to be a big effort to get that all the way to the hole.
A good little shot for Herbert to get it to here. He's had a tough day. So a little uphill, ever so gently uphill, and slightly out of his right.
Didn't see it. He has had a tough day. 6 over for the day, but there's an awful lot of golf remains to be played today and tomorrow, of course. He's still in with a shout. If he can just wrestle a temperament out.
awkward angle to get at this flag from Lee Westwood, but decent enough lie. He can throw the ball in the air at the fluffy stuff. And it's basically playing a par 5 at the moment.
That's another important thing for the players, is to know what a good score is today. Been used to low scoring last year and the first 2 rounds this year. Excellent work from Robert Rock.
Yeah, that's important, isn't it? He dropped 2 shots in the previous 3 holes.
Yeah, and you know, in the back of his mind, he's sort of still fighting with the notion that they're still out there having to play.
Another ruling required is Ian Poulter's in the bunker in casual water. Just going to check out exactly what the procedure is, and just checking sure he is. I mean, checking he's still in the casual water, if you know what I mean.
I'd be tempted to go ahead and play that. Fancy a drop into white sand.
Yeah, me too. If he drops it, it's going to be partly buried.
I can't still be standing there. You've got to take complete relief. That's common sense, isn't it?
I know.
You know what, mate?
It's common sense, isn't it? It's not really, because
I've played that. I've played that. I mean,
and that's where the common sense of golf. No. That's where common sense of golf is utter lunacy again. It gets exposed. It's fine. We have to play it because you can't. Well, we don't have a choice. We do have a choice, but actually don't have a choice. It's worse. So,
right, calm down and get on with it.
Great words from Terry there.
It's just common sense. We're playing golf, aren't we?
Not the time to lose your cool here. There's got nothing to lose his cool about. It's not ideal, but it's not the hardest bunker shot in the world. The sand a bit damp. Ian being a bit dogmatic anyway. The rules officials slunk away to get out of the way.
Because it's raining. Yeah, that's common sense, isn't it?
Very important, he now just takes a few seconds away from the comments he's just made there. He believes that they're correct, and many would agree with that. The last thing you want to do is to go in there with a scrambled mind and to work out exactly how much bounce you're going to have on the club and how that ball's going to fly out of there, and that should be his focus right now.
He's a master of this as well, Ewan. Generally a bit of a sand splash special. This is a tricky distance, about 30 yards, probably just near enough not to be terribly awkward. Bit of a lip in front of him, but normally would be bread and butter for him.
Brilliant. Superb shot, Ian Poulter, under awkward, difficult circumstances. And I've got to say, great work from Terry there too, trying to calm him down.
That's what the good caddies can do. They can read the player's mind. Up to 17 for the par. Gosh, he's held some good putts over the course of the last 2 hours, Ormsby. He's stuck to his task. It's been impressive to watch. He's only a couple off the lead.
Back over to 15, the hat reverse for Lee Westwood.
Now this is one of these putts when you stand over it, you think if I can knock this in, I'm almost picking up 3/4 of a stroke on the field. And if I don't, it's pretty average. So it's one of these really putts that you think, come on, let's make a 4 out of this. Hole's now running out, putting together a good decent score. Should have a little bit of movement from his right to left. But this new grip is much more fluid. It's almost used to pause at the top of his backswing, but there's a nice rhythm to his stroke, or a better rhythm.
Playing for the breeze to help him out there, didn't quite.
Fourth drop shot of the back nine for Westwood. Back to the tee, Rock. Ooh.
Well, we've said it before, it all depends on the lie as to what he can do from there, but I suspect that might well take the green out of play too for Rock, unless he's very fortunate.
Little unlucky, Poulter's ball sort of skidded and stopped because he's on a downslope now. It didn't need to release that much to be an outstanding bunker shot. This putt a little easier to see the break, I have to say, downhill, moving to his right. Lee Westwood's wasn't quite so easy to see the break. For a four, a par four.
It's been a test of every department of the game, but it's becoming now a test of temperament out there.
He has a good temperament, Ian. He usually keeps himself pretty jolly out there, and as I say, many would agree with him about the rules sometimes being a little strange. The bunker was full of water there, but of course if he goes and drops it and he can find a stance, the chances are the ball's going to plug. Did his second shot deserve that? No. It's just one of these days when you just have to plough your way through, and he'll be well aware of that. And good concentration there to knock that in. There have been many fives at that hole today. As Ken was saying, it's 4.5 at best.
Three gone in the last 4 holes for Poulter. He slips one behind Robert Rock.
Former British Masters champion. That's a tremendous birdie for Marcus Kinnolt. Takes him up in a tie for third.
You've got to ask yourself, how can a player find 6 birdies in a round out there? 6 birdies in 16 holes, that's how good Kinnolt's been today.
Yeah, I got to say, looking through the scoreboards when Dom did the scoreboards about 10 minutes ago, I thought anybody that's even 2 or 3 over par, that's not a bad score in these conditions. It's just been horrendous for them.
Lights on in the clubhouse. By the way, 5:15 in the afternoon. Bunkers filling up, more work for the green staff overnight. They'll be out there under cover of light. We enjoy the evening. They'll be working away, getting the course prepared perfectly for the final 18 on Sunday, and let's hope this end of Storm Alex, which is what we're getting right now, departs somewhere into the North Sea and heads off northeast and up to the Arctic Circle and out of the way.
This hole gives you a bit of hope. It's the par 5, the 16th, and a driver for Lee Westwood.
Stay right. Yeah, lucky.
Don't know whether it's reached it. A little bit more help with that breeze coming off the right side than the previous hole off the left, which right-handed players hate.
Andy, you must remember Robin Williams' great skit about golf, and this hole gives you a bit of hope, but it's been one of those days. 18 holes has seemed an awful long way.
It's a fantastic sketch, that, isn't it, Ken?
Uses every sinew of your mind and your physical effort. You've got to concentrate the whole time. You know, one silly shot, 2 strokes thrown away, particularly when you've created a nice card. Got to get completely focused and need a bit of luck that everything stays dry. You can sometimes get unlucky and one grip just twists on you. That's why it's taking such a lot of time to get everything just right. think this green is possibly reachable in 2, but you've got to get the perfect shape. The wind is off the right and fractionally helping. Well, certainly with the second shot a little helping.
That's a look at the far end of it. So the players don't really see the green down in the dell. So it's a case of focusing on the fairway, whichever shape you want to hit, whether it's right to left or a little bit in from left to right. Focus on that point, concentrate on it and send it out there. Easy to say, in these conditions it's extremely difficult to do.
Yeah.
Working hard just to keep Florida out of his mind.
Never mind, bit of fish and chips awaits you, Ian, tonight. Bit of haddock and chips.
.194 for Herbert off a good tee shot. The flag's all the way left and the wind is gently out of the left. Now it's just died a little.
Looks like he completely duffed that.
Rocky Whale on the other side of the fairway. Robert Rock, 215. It's a good angle and he's dragged a good lie. He's been very fortunate. Trying to drill it in there low. The wind has stopped and the rain is trying to stop. Maybe this is the end of it. Gee whiz, I hope so.
God, it's been brutal. If you are just switching on, I mean, we have had rain and rain and rain since 7 o'clock this morning, and it's actually got worse as the day's gone on. The wind's picked up, it's cold out there. Kennel doesn't mind.
Lovely free swing from Kennel at 17. You see the remnants of what Dom's talking about there. The paddles by 17. That's a glorious iron shot. Now just stay there. This is a green that's almost like 3 greens. High over in the back right, and then the middle, and then the low section at the left.
Goodness me, where's Ormsby here? Left off the tee on the downslope of a bunker. That's horrible. That unfortunate. Get out of the water. Need to get a drop from that casual water.
Well, they're earning every cent of this huge prize fund, or their share of it out there today.
Zanotti missed the 18th fairway, so this is a par putt. He's going to end his day with a bogey 5.
Yeah, out in 1 under. Back in 5 over, I'm afraid, for the Paraguayan. Oh, Tom Francis skipping around, trying to stay warm out there. Very nice, Tom.
Wherever you're watching around the world, I hope you're sitting nice and warm and comfortable. This is one of those days you're better off inside. As Lee Westwood splashes out one of these devilish pot bunkers. Stay on the fairway, or maybe okay.
Yeah, still be able to get there in 3.
Top of the hill here, you can see just the top of the TV tower, which marks the left edge of the greens. You've got to go right of that to get onto the green, otherwise you're totally unsighted. is right next to the red square, which is 270 yards to the front of the green, and that's where you're trying to land it, somewhere just short and let it skittle on. So Ian, if he gets one of his low chasers, he can just about find the putting surface. He's still managing to turn the pages of his yardage book.
It's not bad, that. It's normally paper mache. I'm about halfway through the front nine.
You should see mine.
Playing this with a wide stance. Pump it in there low. One good lively skip and check it up.
Oh! What a lovely shot from Robert Rock. Not too far away from making birdie.
It's a shot that's going to keep him that in front as well. Really good work from Robert Rock. Again, normally it would be a much lower shot in there, but because the greens are soft, threw it all the way onto the top level. Perfectly judged, beautifully flighted, and surely a tap in for a 4.
I remember hearing from him at Galgorm Castle. I think he was talking to Tim Barter and talking about how he likes it when it gets tough out there. And Andrew, you were saying early on, let's cast our minds back 11 years, County Louth. And the rain was really pouring down when he finished runner-up to Shane Lowry in the Dubai Duty-Free Irish Open. So he doesn't mind it tough, and my word, he's had it tough out there today. Poulter looks like he's about ready to go.
Once he's done his scrubbing of the grip, he doesn't waste any time hitting it. If he flushes this and happens to get the right line, which is very tricky because there's a hogs back at the front of the green, he might give himself a chance of an eagle.
I've sort of chunked it. I'm not surprised I can't even hold on to the grip. Look.
Well, there it is. See, he's opened up that flagstick. Little pitch and run up there. There's a chance of a birdie.
Well, not many have seen golf in these conditions in the past. It really has been quite brutal. If you didn't do it for a living and you weren't playing in a Rolex Series tournament, you'd be opening your windows and saying, no, I think I'll stay at home today. I'll put the slippers on, put the fire on and have a cup of tea and watch what's going on. It has been a struggle, no doubt about it, for the overnight leader, Lucas Herbert, who has slipped back to 5 under par. Completely understandable. Tough conditions at the Renaissance Club at the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open. Back out to 16. Lee Westwood has come out of the fairway bunker. This will be his third shot into this par 5.
Top of the hill, just about to see the top of the flag. Wind off the right, pinned on the right, and guarded by a big mound. So you've got to take a bit of a risk to bring it in from that angle. And if you miss it right, it's a very tricky little chip. Looking for another dry glove. Just imagine how heavy those bags are now, full of gloves and bits and pieces, everything's sodden, like picking up a bag of potatoes. I don't think he'll be trying to draw it to this flag. I think he'll play it a little back in his stance and try and hit a sort of lowish cut the best he can and hold it into this breeze. Just makes the green play a little wider.
Once again, maintains a good rhythm, maintains good balance. The further that goes, the more awkward it becomes.
After an exquisite little pitch, this for the par saving putt. Gets him out in front. Very good work for Robert Rock as he picks up a saturated flat cat from the green. Rock by one from Poulter, among those at 7 under par. Tommy Fleetwood round in 69 today. Let's get his thoughts on the weather out there.
To be fair, there was a period, you know, early doors where it was it was fine, it was playable, and I think as the rain got worse, you know, obviously you get wetter and the day gets a bit longer. But when we sort of got to the edge of the golf course and the wind picked up and then the rain came, you know, this is the worst it's been now all day. There was a time when it was playable and doable, as people were showing me scores, and now it's gone very, very brutal now. Normally when it's like this you can't play, so the fact that you're out there all day, it literally didn't stop. Like the rain didn't stop for half a second, and then just got worse and progressively worse and windier throughout the day, and it was pretty tough towards the end. So the golf shots I was hitting, like I was, you know, you got to give yourself a pat on the back sometimes, and I'm really, really happy with how I hit the shots coming in.
Yeah, rightly so. He's right in there. 2 behind after that round of 69. A birdie at 18 for him. Wade Ormsby struggling down this closing hole.
He's taking his drop from the casual water. What a shot. What a shot, Wade Ormsby. Tremendous round of golf.
Wandered up onto the green just to check. Well, first of all, he's going to land the ball. This is an undulating green, and also just get a feel of the surface. You can feel it under your feet, how soggy it is. You don't want to land it in a puddle and the ball settle down very quickly. He's got to bring it in from the right. He's found a beautiful lie, I have to say, on a little downslope, which will help him to release it out, and plenty of landing area. Just that you've got to decide. There's a little hump about 10 yards onto the green. Is he going to pinch it in short of that, which it looks like he is, and run it up or fly it over it? So he's going for a little sort of 9-iron pitching wedge chase forward off the back foot. It's take great touch to get inside 6 feet.
Hold it, just hold it there. It's a green that falls away at the back. It's a beautifully played shot. A tad stronger than he would have wanted. Maybe landed it a yard further up the green than he'd actually picked. But he played it beautifully.
Back to the tee, Rock.
Down the right side, trying to get it turning over. Maybe the breeze nudging it back in there. There's plenty of room out on the right. The rough's not that thick, and he's just got to try and keep it away from those bunkers down the left.
Now this is very awkward. Big ridge, a sharp ridge in front of him, about 10 yards. You've got to go over that. Has to pitch it into it, I think, to kill it. And got to get a bit lucky with the bounce. It's worked out pretty well. I was expecting him to bump it into the bank, but flew it over it. Not bad.
Just didn't get it high enough up that hill. Another yard or two up there, and it would have been half as close again. And as I said, as soon as that approach shot ran to the back edge, the further it went, the narrower the angle for the pitch.
Extra £5 for Sam after today, I think.
I don't think that's going to cheer Sam up much. I think he's thinking a bit more than that. You're going back to the pocket money when you were a lad. Lee's going to have to go deeper into the wallet.
£5?
That's just not going to cut it, Dad. It's just not going to cut it. Yeah. Looking for something with a comma in it.
for a birdie. A rare thing this afternoon on the back 9 holes. Terrier's caddy's gone into, they're staying in one of these houses right next to this green on the left, and they're going to, I don't know, get some more gloves, I think, or something dry. Right, this would be a little Brucey bonus. He's played the hole nicely.
He's gone to get fresh towels.
Maybe he's going to boil the kettle.
That's right.
Whiskey Mac would be, I think, more the mark right now. They call it the wee noggin up here. I'm sure Ian knows all about that. He's played a lot of golf in Scotland, been successful. We saw how well he played in the Open Championship at Muirfield, just over the other side of this golf course, 7 years ago now. Played alongside Lee Westwood. Two giants of the European game alongside each other today.
Yeah, their ages head up to over 90. They're doing pretty good for a couple of oldies. Slippery one down the hill, this one. You've got to sort of ease it in the front door.
Brilliant. Excellent up and down, and that could be really important for Lee Westwood, who has been struggling, no doubt about it, on this homeward 9 in these wretched conditions. 2 holes to go for Poulter and Westwood, and Wade Ormsby has this for par at 18.
That's sensational. Sensational par at the last. A tremendous round of golf. It's under par in the most atrocious conditions. Doff your cap, Wade Ormsby.
And more than likely made his way into the final 2 groups on Sunday with that 1 under par round of 70. His pitching and putting on the back 9 were superb, and it was exactly what every player was going to have to do. They would know that as soon as they turned into the back 9, that it was a day to hang on to your short game, just work away around the edge of the greens. This man's done it as well as anyone today. And Westwood, that was a great exhibition in the previous hole there, the up and down from an awkward spot. It's not a day for big booming drives and high towering iron shots. It's a day to survive, a day to get round, a day to put numbers on the scorecard that keeps you in with a chance of winning on Sunday.
You heard Tommy Fleetwood saying it was playable till pretty much they got to the 12th, 13th tee, and then conditions, the wind got up and just made it really difficult. Whales you down. Kennel on the last.
Sadly didn't make the 2 at the previous hole after what was an excellent tee shot. But he's had a bit of fortune here. He's skipped it past the bunkers. And that's fine.
It's not such a bad lie, this. 251. It won't jump out of here. He needs a jumper, but when the grass gets wet, the ball doesn't seem to fly. He's got a lot of help in the air. The wind's straight down out of the right, and he's got a serious downslope, some 80 yards short of the green, so he can use that.
Watch yourself, boys. Just watch out. Steve.
My lips are blue.
Pretty good there, but
One ahead at the start of the day. Lucas Herbert, he is 5 behind his playing partner Robert Rock, playing that par 5, 16th. We'll go to the 17th tee, the par 3 to Poulter and Westwood.
Yeah, it's getting cold on the old mitts, I have to say. 2 more holes to go. Fortunately, the breeze behind on the 17th. We're in an area where there's still some of the pine trees left, a bit more sheltered, so slightly more pleasant. 204 yards, this par 3. Can't see the bottom of the flag, and it's tucked on the right-hand side today. As I say, playing virtually straight down breeze, so 6 iron. Good crisp 6 iron should do the job. Terry managed to scavenge up some more towels, and Lee Westwood was offered one from one of the rules officials, but said he's doing fine.
It's actually quite difficult putting on a new glove when you've actually still got a wet, damp, cold hand. Even though you've got a towel to dry it, there's a bit of moisture in there. It takes an age to get it all onto your hand, and you don't want a little bit of leather sticking out.
Back to 16, Rock second. Scoots down the hill.
Quite an unusual spot for the pin position, the hole location today, 18 on 10 from the right, which is actually on a little ridge that runs through the green, a little high point, and they must have put it there knowing this green has a tendency to flood, or if it was going to rain, it would hopefully stay dry around the cup. Well, a couple of nice putts, a nice one at the 14th from about 6 feet, another good one on the last hole just for a couple of pars, just keeps the kettle boiling. And you can see the light at the end of the tunnel now, just 17 and 18 to play. I see 17 playing relatively easy with this breeze, relatively.
Over to the left-hand side of the tee, try and give himself the best angle. Another one, I think, the hand slithered off the grip.
Did well to even get it on the putting green, to be honest.
Up to 18, Yo Slouten for a closing birdie.
That's the grand effort.
Just about sums it up, doesn't it? He looks to the skies.
Get himself in there, towel down, stand under the shower for about an hour and a half. Hopefully get some feeling back in your fingers.
Right, back to 17, Poulter.
This has been a thoroughly professional performance from these two. They've managed to keep a couple of dry towels and fiddle around with gloves, and I think there's probably only been one shot, maybe two, that the club twisted in Ian's hands. It's all about little edges, little percentages that can work towards you to give you a better chance, and on a day like today, if you can just keep your clubs and your glove a little drier, that's a huge advantage. And Terry holds the bag and holds the umbrella while Ian keeps dry and gets a dry glove and dries the grip out. So it's very much a team effort. Plenty of landing area over the bluff at the front, and the green should be holding, so an accessible pin position if you can stop the club from twisting.
Clean strike right off the top of the tee. Beautiful for direction. I'm obviously going to have to work out what he does from there. I think it's just gone off the putting surface.
man who has risen to adversity, especially in the Ryder Cup arena during his career. Poulter 1 behind at Renaissance Club.
Just even at this stage, being able to put a golf swing that he feels resembles your own swing at this stage is quite an achievement in itself.
Right, back to 16.
Yeah, he's got a big bank to the right-hand side of the flag position, set back right, as Lucas Herbert. Get it back in the stance and pump it in there and skip it up there. Just hit it fat. Just fatted it. So easy to do.
Feeling in the fingers long disappeared, I think. You look at his second 15, that was heavy. Only travelled around 75, 80 yards, and turf and ball together there.
Good drive from Kennelt down the last.
That was a good swing. Sit, sit, sit. What a ridiculously hard bounce. Given how soft these greens must be now. Maybe it was a skid off the, almost aquaplaning off the surface.
It's difficult to get the purchase with a strike, isn't it? You've got the wet fairway, you've got water between club and ball. You're never quite sure how it's going to behave on the green.
16 again, rocks third.
I think the issue he had there was just behind the flag. If he's sent it a little bit further over and hit it slightly too hard, he could have run off the back of the green. Didn't look that impressive, but
like Lorenzo Vera has just dropped a shot at 17.
Again, you see the splash through the impact area. Just no purchase whatsoever between ball and club. But he's done the right thing. He's aimed for the bigger target, found the middle of the green.
Lots of humps and hollows to contend with this little pitch unless you carry it within about 7 or 8 yards of the hole to get the right bounce. And a little unlucky. It looked like it should skid forward. A little hollow there. It seems to drag up in some casual water.
Send for more waterproofs.
Yes, they're for the spin dryer, I think, tonight, and get that fluffy stuff in. They come out smelling sweet as a rose. They may see another day, Coulter.
He's played well today, Robert Rock, he really has. He couldn't really go at the flag because he had that hump that I was describing between himself and the flag position. So this is just straight up the hill. He can be firm with it. It's a good chance.
He gave it a good roll as well, didn't he?
He did well to get the pace right. That was a good firm hit he gave that. Only 6 inches past the hole, but no damage done.
Ian Poulter took relief from the casual water. Dropped it twice, it rolled nearer to the cup, so he got to place it here, just to take it out of a real patch of water. He's walked all the way down the line, just getting a feel if there's any squishy bits, and I don't think there is that many. If there are, there not much of them. Slightly down the hill all the way. Just a gradual slope to the cup.
Again, very nice for pace.
Yeah, get that ball in your pocket and your hands in your pocket as quick as possible. Trying to get some of the blood returning.
Not sure about waterproofs. I think you need a wetsuit out there today. They seem to have been out there pretty much all day doing that.
Mates are drawing in.
The Odyssey putting stats. Falter Westwood. Just 6 feet between them in terms of footage of putts holed today.
Can Westwood muster another good saving putt? He produced a couple in the recent holes. This one a little bit downhill as well from this angle. A tricky one to read with this pin, sort of just cut them a little high spot.
Just beginning to slip back into the pack now, Westwood. Falls into the group at -4, which is currently in a tie for 10th. There are a dozen players at -4. Just the one at 9 under. Robert Rock with his 2 holes left to play. Just the one for these lads. And spare a thought for Callum Shinkwin. I don't think he likes 18 holes, or the 18th hole in the Scottish Open. Look back at Dundonald and took 6 there. He never dropped the shot all the way around today and took 7 at the last.
Kennelt across this 18th green. Well, he'll have that for par and a level par round of 71, which I suspect he'd be delighted with. In fact, in the last 7 groups, only Wade Ormsby, who shot that 1 under par round of 70, is under par. The birdies for good pledge this week. The running total, nearly £5,500 now. £5 for a birdie, £10 for an eagle, £1,000 for a hole-in-one. Haven't had one of those yet. Donated by the tournament sponsor, Aberdeen Standard Investments.
This hole's playing 2:04 today, and just in the matter of minutes, just 2 or 3 minutes, it's like someone turned the lights out. It is just so dark now. I wonder if these guys will think about not playing, because you can't really make out from the tee where the flag is. Your caddy will say to you, okay, it's over there, boss, that's where you've got to hit it. But you can't see. You certainly can't follow the ball through the air. That's how dark it is. I just wonder whether Robert Rock especially, will call for an official and go, listen, I can't see where the ball's going. And with the rough that's out here on this fantastic layout, if you're a little off, you won't find it.
Doesn't feel like it's going to help us.
Seem to be continuing, but
Definitely
let me
down,
tell
off
you,
the right.
it's seriously dark.
Where's the flag?
10 from the right.
I know that, but I can see it.
Oh, right.
See?
Where is it? If it's 10 from the right,
Sorry if you heard bad language, viewers, but he's a little tense.
thing, shouldn't it?
See, he said he can't see it. You can't see it. So, Rocky, I don't know why you just don't
I can't see it. Do you guys
pack the
want to,
clubs up and
say
ask
something?
if you can come back tomorrow morning.
Just means we have to come in early tomorrow.
It does, doesn't it?
I can't see the flag. The flag
Well, we know
is-
where the flag is. It's got to be left.
I think
That's-
it's like 10 feet left of that white board.
Yeah, you see that whiter thing behind it?
Yeah.
I'm where you went. I'd asked to stop.
Yeah.
Played enough.
Yeah, I played enough, and tomorrow morning he could come back. It could be a marvellous day. But he's continuing. Certainly, Andy wouldn't play the 18th.
Quite a firm bounce. Looked like it was going to be better than that. Certainly nothing wrong about the line. Straight at it.
Tee up a little bit on this 18th, which makes it manageable. From the back tee, it would be a horrendous hole today.
Yeah.
And breeze off the right and a very wet, soggy looking fairway.
You'll see it splash down, won't you?
Another fantastic drive. In one of those widening ponds.
Up to the green. Kennelt with a par putt. Yeah, well done. A 24-year-old Swede, winner of the Betfred British Masters last year in pretty rough weather conditions at times. Shoots a level par 71. And he's only a couple behind. He's alongside Wade Ormsby, who shot a round of 70, a 69 for Tommy Fleetwood. And then it's Poulter and Rock. Well, Tommy Fleetwood was delighted with his day's golf. That round of 69. This was the birdie putt at 18. 5 birdies, 3 drop shots, and he's among those, as we saw, at 7 under.
Ormsby at the short par 3, 6th from a little swale on the left-hand side. He found the centre of the cup.
Kennelt, who finished a few moments ago, this is how he started his back 9. Par 5 10th, long way away. 35 feet, not a problem. In you go.
To Ian Poulter. 4 straight pars to start his round, then this at the 5th.
When you talk about spin control, this is it. He knows where the bank's at. That's the work that's done in the early part of the week. And using that bank beautifully to bringing that one down to the hole site.
Just short right at the 7th. Bit of room to work with. Little load, little pitch and run. Out to the right, let it release. And he'd knock that one in for another birdie.
2 under to the turn, and then the weather really closed in. 3 drop shots on the back 9 for Poulter. He's 1 over par, as is Robert Rock. His only birdie of the day coming at the 3rd after this delightful touch. Well, those lessons from Thomas Bjorn seem to be playing off, the short game lessons. Battling away out there. Safely on board at the par 3, 17th hour leader. And that's the view back down 18, where somewhere in amongst the murk are Westwood, Poulter and Ken Brown.
Just looking for the yardage marker on the 18th tee. I've lost it.
Is it the 149, which is the 150 cap?
That's here, the one. Yeah, just here when my foot is.
How many on it?
They're all underwater.
12 on it. 61 up to 63. 63 and 19.
82.
Total. What can you get out of that?
I can get something on it, I just need dry hands, mate.
Just ran far enough to go into a really
The buggy needs to be moved!
clumpy lie.
The buggy's in the line of play, buggy's in the line of play. Here, hold this. Sir, the buggy needs to be moved! The golf buggy's in my line!
We can hear you, he's got
There's a buggy about 120 yards up. Doesn't look like in his line, but it could be if it doesn't come out how he manages. It's going to. Just about in his line. Grass about 6 inches long, a bit lush, a bit kind of watercressy. can get the club on the ball, but it's one of those question mark lies. If you chase it onto the front of the green, have done well. With 179 left, the pin on the right side, dangerous on the right, because if you miss on the right to that pin, it's very tricky, so be favouring the left side. Plus the front of the green is an upslope, and the way the conditions are now, if you dig it in there, it's not going to run much.
Actually going to come out okay.
Just got a bit of a path you can swing the club down.
It's important to sign off for the 4 here for Poulton, because it will put him in the final group on Sunday. Should he take 5, that will go to Fleetwood, assuming Robert Rock finishes with a pair of pars.
Oh, he's tried to smash the 7-iron. Yeah, that's a good leave, that's a good try.
Back to 17, Robert Rock has taken relief from the water on the green, so birdie putt for our leader.
.165 for the final approach of the day for Westwood, and he gets that to stop nicely. So a chance of a closing birdie, and it's certainly a much needed one.
Good first putt, putting through puddles of water to get it to here. He was aggressive with it, was Robert Rock. And it's just so dark now, I'd be very surprised if Robert Rock hits off the last. Anyway, maybe he wants to get finished, doesn't want to come back in the morning, then have to go back to the hotel, which isn't far away. He knows best.
Well done, good 3.
Yes, got the first of these 2 pars. And really 2 over for the back 9, given the conditions the final group's played in. Is probably 1 under par.
If you keep doing that, that hat's going to come down over your ears.
He'll start to look like Tim Barter earlier on.
It was a good look, that, for Tim.
They're anxious to finish, Andrew, in my opinion, so they can have tonight and concentrate on the final round. You come back in the morning, and yes, you finish off, and the weather could be lovely, and you could birdie the last. But then you have to change your whole system once again, go back and get ready, come back to the golf club, hit the balls before you go out. I think if you asked all of the players what would they do on that 18th tee with the final twosome, you'd maybe get 50-50.
Yeah, a very valid point. I think tomorrow is going to be an incredibly long and tiring day for all of the contenders, and you don't want to make the day any longer than it needs to be. Good night's sleep required.
Yep, starting play.
Guys, can I ask you just to scoot just either way of the pin? That's fine. Just a couple of paces, that's all.
Thank you.
That's great.
That's
awesome.
good.
Thanks, boys.
Out with the driver.
Could watch that swing all day. It's beautiful. Incredible how he's managed to maintain that rhythm in these treacherous conditions.
Lucas Herbert, by the way, also made par at 17. He's still at 4 under as we go over to 18, or ahead on 18, and Ian Poulter's third.
It's been a wonderful exhibition from Poulter today. Limited the use of the putter, all because of the quality of his short game work, whether it's pitching or chipping from the edge of the green. He's got all the shots in there, he's got all the vision. Just another one out of the top drawer at the last. Bang on line as well.
Just had a sneaky look at the forecast. Storm Alex is going to continue to deposit rain on us here. Looks like until about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Full of the joys of spring. Dominic, Andrew?
I was just going to say that actually, yeah. Nothing like cheering everybody up. Looking forward to a great day, yeah. Well done, Dom.
What he's going to tell us now is that the first tee-off time is 8:05 after Storm Alex has departed Scotland.
Westwood's not really done much wrong at all. Been a tough day, battling day. This would be a nice way to finish.
Out in 36, back in 40. And it is a third round 76 for our first round leader, Lee Westwood. 5 behind Robert Rock.
But I feel not out of it. I think anyone within 5 shots has a chance around here. If you get a calm day tomorrow and all the rain that's fallen on these beautiful fairways and greens today, the course will be receptive. If there's not too strong a wind, there's a low score out there. We saw that on Thursday with Westwood 62. We saw it last year, although it was the middle of summer then. But anyone within 5, I think, has a chance. Putt for the final group on Sunday.
Five it is, I'm afraid. 4 drop shots on the back 9 for Ian Poulter. He worked really hard, he battled away out there, but the conditions quite simply taking their toll. Poulter around in 73, and he is now in a 4-way tie for second place alongside 2-time Rolex Series winner Tommy Fleetwood, Australia's Wade Ormsby, and the Swede Marcus Kinhult. Rock at the moment coming down that 18th hole with a 2-shot lead. 22 players are within 5 of the lead. We always knew, didn't we, coming here this week, that this might be a leveler this day. The forecast was pretty wretched right from the moment we got here, and it certainly has been brutal out there. You talked about it earlier, Ewan. Someone like Adrian Naus out in the first group today, 7:45, shoots a 67, and he is right in the mix.
And the same for Gavin Green, Victor Dubuisson. They only just made the cut. We've talked about the importance of a Friday evening, of being there for the weekend, and we saw one or two players having to hold 4 and 5 foot putts to make it into the second half of the championship, and that's the moves you can make. The 67's early doors from Arnaud Green and Dubuisson, and Tommy Fleetwood with a 69 this afternoon. He finds himself in the final group on Sunday, probably alongside Robert Rock. So it's been a day of fluctuation. It's been a day for survival. Some have survived better than others, but hopefully it'll be a long time before we get another day's weather like that on European Tour.
The walk to the scorer's hut between the golf course hotel and the clubhouse, and the other socially distanced in separate corners in the scorer's hut. Check their cards if they can still even see the numbers on the card. Might have to ask for new cards.
He got back in the boot of his car when he arrived here this morning, snuggled up. Wouldn't have been a bad place to stay, would it?
Yeah, he knew that. He knew it was going to be a brute of a day.
So just two players left out there now, our final two ball of Lucas Herbert and Robert Rock, and let's not forget that Radar's still out there.
And we've found Lucas's ball right on the 3 minutes. Funnily enough, that's what happens when you play in the dark and you don't know where it's landed. But this is a hack out. He's very lucky to find it. I'm not sure he can hit it over the wall. He'll need to muscle it out. He's a strong lad to hit it over that beautiful old wall.
Oh. A little bit worried about the next shot.
Yeah, that could come back and hit him anywhere.
Jesus. Just keeping your head down to finish the swing.
Ooh, you can take away the pain, but you can't take away the swelling. What a beautiful tee shot by Robert Rock. 177 yards, and he was in a deep puddle. Free drop. And he won't be able to, or he can't make out the flag. I think he'll just pump this to the centre of the green. That's what I'd be doing. I'd just go, okay, centre of it. And he's got a big crane. A big crane that Big Kev stands in. And he can aim it, and that's right at the middle of the green, that crane on his line. So that gives him a good thing to hit at. So he'll be happy about that because it sits up there and it's so dark and foggy. But he's done the hard thing, finding the fairway off the tee.
You've got to give the players and caddies some leeway in these conditions. You can't force the issues. You've got to have an opportunity to try their equipment.
Yes, it's going to be close on 5 hours for a 2-ball, but a good hour and a quarter of that spent drying the equipment. So one final good swing and find the heart of the green.
Fabulous approach, delightful shot, gorgeous rhythm. A very composed performance from Robert Rockin. It would have been easy to lose focus, lose concentration, get agitated, rush. Kept it all together.
The wall shouldn't be an issue. Lukens can whip it over the top of that. He's had a tough day today. And right now when the lads are finishing, the wind has just died down. But the rain continues to tumble down. Yeah, it hasn't been his day. I expected him to do a lot better than this today. Last week he was in a similar position in Ireland, and he just didn't bring his A game on the weekend. But you never know. Go out there and shoot yourself 65 tomorrow. Who knows?
A good one to finish off with. We've talked about the players, the caddies out there, how difficult it's been. I've worked with many of the cameramen for the best part of 25 years out there. When you think of the quality of coverage we've seen today, it's hands up to them. Trying lenses every 15 seconds when it's their turn to follow the ball. Not at any time throughout the coverage have we lost the ball in the air, despite the gloomy weather, the pouring rain, the wind that picked up halfway through the back nine of the leaders. Tremendous job.
You're here, quite right. Interesting day this for Herbert. Have a little bit of a look at himself. Quality player, just allowed a few things to get under his skin, antagonise him and annoy him, and as a result of that, one or two shots were just easily or slightly easier let go. Some of the other more experienced campaigners just accepted it, brushed it off, ploughed on. Already a one-time winner in the European Tour, but he certainly has much more tournament victories in him, there's no doubt about it. Rock, he's been fantastic today.
76 in the end for Craig Lee, but he's still under par. Big week for Craig, first European event for close on 3 years, and a new venture coming up for him, mobile club professionals vehicle that he'll take all over Scotland and service the clubs that don't have club professionals. There'll be some teaching involved in that as well. I wish him well worth that, and hopefully a nice low round for Craig on Sunday.
Well, this would be some way to finish, wouldn't it? This for a level par round of 71.
It's not going to be that, but it's an excellent round of golf. Only 2 drop shots throughout the 18 holes for Robert Rock. One solitary birdie. We saw that a few moments ago with that excellent up and down at the third, the par 5. But a model of consistency out there. Kept his rhythm, kept his balance. A lot to admire, and a lot to take into Sunday as well.
When knocks this in, Ewan, he stays 5 behind like he is. That's an outside chance. 6. It's just going to be too much with the quality of players in front of him. Right to left. It's left.
No, it just hasn't been his day, has it? 79 for Lucas Herbert. He'll learn lots about himself.
So nice to see a smiler. It's been a long time since we saw one. And no wonder he's smiling. It's a two-shot advantage he'll take into Sunday. He'll be alongside Tommy Fleetwood. Ormsby and Kinnock. Look forward to seeing Kinnock up there in contention once again, under pressure.
Well, Ian Poulter around in 73 today. He's among those at 7 under. Let's hear from him with Tim Barter.
Ian, give us your verdict, if you will, on a round of 73 in just brutal conditions.
I think it's pretty good, Tim, I have to say. You know, I thought when I played in Muirfield, when Ernie won, I think all those years ago, I think that was some of the worst conditions I've ever seen. But it was a shame towards the end, you know. It just got unmanageable, really. But, you know, front nine, I did everything I needed to do. I played some great golf, and it's just such a shame, you know. You're trying to hold on to the golf club. You're not trying to hit golf shots. You're trying to keep a dry grip. You're trying to, you know, you burn through 5 gloves in a round of golf. You're doing everything you possibly can not to let a club come out your hand. So, you know, I would have taken that at the start of the day if you'd have said to me that's what the weather forecast was going to give us. I mean, you can see the course for yourself. You can't really see a pin over those closing couple of holes, and obviously the boys out there, the green keepers, are doing an incredible job to give us, you know, a chance to somewhat get into the clubhouse without stopping.
Let's have a look at one or two of the highlights. You need a sharp short game on day like today, and he had it at 9, a brilliant chip there, nearly hold it, and then another one here at 11. Just talk us through this one.
Yeah, I had a couple of chip shots today, Tim, like this. You know, I kind of got myself, you know, left myself awkward shot, and then, you know, hit a good chip. And, you know, at this point, again, your damage limitations whenever you're missing fairways, whenever you're missing greens, and that was hard work. That's as tough a day as I've seen on a golf course in 21 years. So, hard work, Tim.
Let's have a look at 13. By this stage of the pictures are telling the story. We can see the puddles around you. This was a wonderful shot using the contours, but yeah, as you say, about as difficult as you've ever faced.
That's a 6 iron from 160. I mean, you know, just trying to bunt it down the right-hand side. You're not even really making a golf swing. That there was just a prod to try and keep it down the right. It's probably one of the toughest par fours I've seen, with that wind hurtling off the left with sideways rain. So, yeah, that was a good 4 there.
You've got the opportunity tomorrow to win for the first time in Scotland on a beautiful links course, the first Rolex win of your career. How excited about that possibility now you're in this position?
I just want some dry toes, Tim. I'm not even kidding. I think we've used 6 towels. It's going to take us 3 or 4 hours to dry all our equipment out ready for tomorrow, and I think it's going to rain again tomorrow. So, look, let's go play golf tomorrow. Tomorrow will be what will be. It's going to be another tough day, I think, of rain, and we'll see how we finish at the end of the day.
Well played today. 73 is a good score.
Cheers, Tim. Thanks.
Yeah, he's staying upbeat. He always does, doesn't he? Ian Poulter. And he's only 2 behind, hunting that first Rolex Series victory. It would be his first win on the European Tour in some 8 years. The same applies for our leader, Robert Rock, his last victory. The Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship when he held off Rory McIlroy and Tiger Woods down the stretch in 2012. Tommy Fleetwood, a more recent winner, and an experienced player as well, a 2-time Rolex Series champion. And what a dream it would be if Wade Ormsby or Marcus Kinnock could do it. It's going to be a busy day for the greenkeepers here at Renaissance Club. Won't be long before they get busy preparing the stage for the final round of the Aberdeen Standard Investments Scottish Open and the final act of this Rolex Series drama.